School, August 21st, 2023 to order. This evening's invocation will be given by Pastor Joe Glimp, Prince of Peace Lutheran Church. The invocation will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Vice Chair Laura Hine and the playing of the National Anthem. Please stand and remain standing until the conclusion of the National Anthem. Pastor Glimp, would you please share the invocation? Thank you for being here. August 1st.
Let us pray. God of all grace, we thank you for Pinellas County, our home, for all our many blessings. Hear our prayers, O God, as we begin this new school year. For our teachers, their patience and perseverance as they use their skills both to impart knowledge and to inspire. Bless them. Bless our principals, school staff, counselors, that they may have wisdom in addressing the range of issues confronting them, especially for all who are taking new positions now. For our bus drivers, our maintenance staff, our food service workers, office support staff, all who maintain a safe and positive environment for learning. For this board, gracious God, amid all the pressures, give them courage and compassion to set policies that are most effective for all. For Superintendent Hendrick, continue blessing him with insight as he listens and leads the district into a new school year. And we pray, gracious God, for parents, for their patience and resolve as they raise their children to provide a strong foundation for their children's learning and growth, and for our children and youth beginning this new year. Give them strength to resist temptations to walk where it is unsafe and to do what is unwise. Inspire them, with open hearts to learn, to serve, to help one another from kindergarten to high school and beyond. And we pray, O God, for peace and restoration for those places in the world where school buildings have been destroyed and people have been scattered. Peace among those who continue the aggressions, and peace in the midst of all that troubles us and seeks to divide us as a community. Hear our prayers, O God, for you are indeed our rock and our Redeemer. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare above the singing air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
You may be seated. I apologize for misspeaking. It's August 1st, not the 21st. So it's corrected. With that, we would now like to introduce today's video. Our summer camp experiences have been tremendous this year. So let's take a look at how our students in the Blast Off with STEM camp are doing.
Now remember, we talked about this being a very large firecracker. You with
This
me?
year at our STEM Summer Innovation Camps, they're all skill-based, so students are focusing on a theme each week. This week's theme is aviation, and students are preparing their rockets to launch later in the day.
3, 2, 1, press both buttons.
And we also have a drone experience here at the camp where students will be flying their drones through obstacle courses.
I like to fly drones because it's like something that you can fly with like a camera, so that you don't have to be like in the airplane or a helicopter to take photos. It does make me want to fly more in the future.
Well, it's definitely inspiring in the sense that like you're getting to get your hands on it at a young age. You're getting able to understand it. So later in life, if you wanted to pursue a career, you already know the basics. I like the fact that we're learning about, interesting topics such as like drones and rockets, and how those are things we're definitely going to be experiencing later in life.
I love science, I love making the rockets and flying the drones. I've done science since I was like a little girl, like projects. It just helps my mindset better, helps me focus more.
Rockets, there is so much fun learning about how they launch them. It is awesome.
So we've been working through rocketry. Our goal is to get a rocket that will fly to a certain height. One of the biggest things we run into with all rocketry or any STEM project is trial and error. So sometimes they'll get out to the launch pad, they'll have done everything correctly, and it still won't work. So we have to go back through each of our steps.
3, 2, 1,
The best part is when you see the kids' faces and they're all lit up, they never thought it was going to work, and that's incredible. That's that moment. I love giving the kids a puzzle and seeing if they can solve it. That's really it. Right? And the puzzles aren't that hard, but once they solve it and once it works, it's just awesome.
What was that like?
Amazing. Thought it was crazy, man. I didn't think it would go that high. I thought it would go like half the height that it went.
Fantastic. We'd like to bring forth now our Public Information Officer, Ms. Isabella Mascarenas, who will introduce our professional and community organizations that are in attendance this evening. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Hendrick, and staff. It is my pleasure to introduce the following representatives of community and professional organizations. Representing the Pinellas Educational Support Professionals Association, or PESPA, Nellie Henyes, President. From the Pinellas Classroom Teachers Association, Lindsay Blackenbaker, Executive Director, and Lee Bryant, President. Representing the North Pinellas League of Women Voters, Sue Castleman. From the Pinellas Arts for a Complete Education Coalition, Maria Cantonis and Susan Betzer. Thank you.
Thank you all for being with us this evening. Mr. Hendrick, are there any recommended amendments to the agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair, there are 3. First, item 7.2, request approval of the minutes of the school board workshop on July 18th, 2023. Those minutes were amended at the request of a board member from the workshop. Item 7.4, request approval of personnel recommendations, administrative, instructional, and supporting services. There were 6 recommended changes that we sent out to the board, and they were posted yesterday to the public, all trying to get school started in the right titles and job changes before the start of school. And the last one is item 7.8. Mr. Jackson has requested a hearing. He requested that yesterday on July 31st. So therefore, the recommendation is now alternative number 2, to suspend Mr. Jackson without pay effective August 2nd, 2023, until the conclusion of the hearing process, and direct the staff attorney to submit the request for hearing to the Division of Administrative Hearings.
Thank you very much. Are there any other recommended changes from the board? I'm seeing no lights. So thank you, Mr. Hendrick. As board chair, I find good cause to amend the agenda as described on items 7.2, 7.4, and 7.8, described by Superintendent Hendrick. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
Move approval to adopt amended agenda.
I have a motion by Mrs. Hine, a second by Mrs. Cook. And all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none opposed. It passes unanimously, 7-0. As we begin our agenda for this evening, I want to make sure the public is aware that we have a time-certain budget hearing at 6:30 p.m. This means that if we are not finished with the regularly scheduled business meeting at 6:30, we will recess this meeting, open the public hearing on the budget, and once that hearing is concluded, we will return to the regular business meeting as planned and scheduled. With that, we will begin our special order with item 4.1, the recognition of the St. Petersburg High School Design and Construction Awards. Mr. Hendrick, will you
Thank you.
introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll ask the board to go down front. I'm going to take a few pictures, and as you do, this item is specific for St. Petersburg High School and the reconstruction and design by a number of our partners and the district, and we've been recognized in a number of ways for that reconstruction and preservation. And I'd like to pass it to Mr. Herbeck, who's going to give us a little bit of the background, as well as introduce some of our partners. Mr. Herbeck?
Thank you, Mr. Hendrick, and Madam Chair, board members. I want to thank you for the support of this project and the support of all of the projects that we do. Just as a staff, and I know as our architecture and construction partners, excuse me, we don't go into these projects looking to win awards. But sometimes we do, and we're very, very proud of those times when we do win awards. And a lot of times when we do win awards, they go by the wayside. Sometimes we don't bring them the recognition that they deserve. This was a very special project. To date, we have won St. Petersburg High School 5 awards. And so we want to share those with you tonight and with the public, and also bring forth our design partner, Rick Rowe from Rick Rowe Architects, and Josh Baumstein with Creative Contractors, who is the construction manager for this project. But the awards that St. Petersburg High has won, and I will say so far, are the 2022 Renovation and Preservation Award from Preserve the Burg, the 2022 Honor Award for Architecture Historic Preservation from the American Institute of Architects of Tampa Bay, the 2022 Citation Award for Architecture Historic Preservation and Restoration from the American Institute of Architects of Florida, the 2023 Florida Trust for Preservation Award from the Florida Trust for Historic Preservation, and the 2023 Excellence in Construction for Historical Restoration and Preservation, the Eagle Award, from the Associated Builders and Contractors from the Florida Gulf Coast. And again, as I shared, that's just some of the awards, those are the awards we've won just so far. We do expect more to come. We will share those with you. But again, I want to thank you as a board for supporting, again, not only this project, but all of them. And I also want to thank Rick Rowe and Rowe Architects for the incredible work that they did, and for Josh Baumstein and Creative Contractors, and just for the public's knowledge as well. It went so far as they discovered copper framing around windows that was painted over probably in the space age when copper wasn't a cool look, and painted over, but they discovered that and restored that back to its original grandeur. We get a lot of compliments on St. Petersburg High, as does the school itself, and again, I want to thank Rick and Josh for their work on this project. Come forward. Yes. Yeah.
We also found an old real chalkboard buried in some drywall. So yeah, lots of interesting things on the project. It was really a special one, and I'm pleased to bring this Eagle Award to you tonight. I'll tell you a little bit about what the competition was and why St. Petersburg High won the award. Associated Builders and Contractors, Florida Gulf Coast Chapter, Excellence in Construction Awards competition recognizes the outstanding efforts of project teams for innovation, quality, and vision. They're judged on a variety of criteria such as safety, personnel management, quality control, scheduling, and degree of difficulty. This was a difficult one, too, I will tell you. I'm pleased to report St. Pete High was awarded the Excellence in Construction Award, as Clint said, in the historical restoration category. And you should know that this is a very popular competition. There are a lot of applicants. In fact, our company applied for many of these awards, and this was the one Eagle we came home with. So we're very proud of it, and you should be as well. And really, this award is yours. You all chose to invest in this very special, historic gem of a school. So thank you for your leadership, and thank you for valuing the vital role that these facilities play in the education of our youth every day. We're honored as creative contractors to have been a part of the project, and we thank you, and congratulations.
Thank you so much on behalf of the entire Row Architects team. Thanks for the opportunity of a career. This was just an amazing collaborative effort at St. Petersburg High School with Clint Herbeck, his staff, creative contractors, and their craftsmen. We're honored to be recognized by our peers for all these awards, but what's really important at the end of the day is that the work and the passion that we all put into St. Pete High School makes a difference in a student's and a faculty member and an administrator's experience in providing education in that facility. And that's what's really important at the end of the day. We're proud to have been a part of it, and thank you again so much for that opportunity.
Thank you. And Board, I'd like to also introduce our two staff members who helped lead the way in this project, Scott Levernoy, our Manager of Design, and Jason Novisk, our Manager of Construction.
If you guys will come up and we'll take a picture with the board, and we want to thank you, our partners, for your contributions. Thank you again, and the board will come back.
Congratulations once again. It's a lot of hard work that went into that, so we are very appreciative for all the staff and the support team that has worked so very hard for an award such as that. With that, we are going to, members of the public have 3 separate opportunities to address the board as we gather for our business meetings. The first is public comment on our agenda items. The second is at public hearings, most of which are policies. And the last is after our meeting when speakers may address the general business of the district. At each opportunity for public input, board members are here to listen to you. This is not a time for interaction, but the board will take your comments into consideration before it votes on agenda items. The board is committed to a standard of civility and decorum in conducting our meetings, and this includes refraining from clapping or making audible noises during or after a speaker's comments. We appreciate you assisting us in maintaining a civil and constructive environment. Lastly, please note that this meeting and all public comments will be broadcast live on the internet, and the video will be publicly archived. Members of the public may always communicate with the board through our email address, board@pcsb.org, or by calling the board office at 588-6300. Thank you. Ms. Christie, are there any speakers to agenda items?
Board members and Mr. Hendrick, we have 3 speakers for specific agenda items. Dr. Susan Betzer speaking to 8.2 and Maria Cantonis speaking to 8.2.
Good evening.
Madam Chair, school board members, Mr. Hendrick, and staff, my name is Dr. Susan Betzer. I'm a retired physician, a member of the Florida Orchestra Board, a member of Arts for a Complete Education, and I'm also the proud parent of 2 graduates of Pinellas County Public Schools. I know firsthand the power of arts education to transform lives, boost achievement across the curriculum, and build community. The referendum has been an extraordinarily successful investment in our community. There are too many things to celebrate in a short 3-minute speech, but to name just a few, all schools receive equitable funding for quality art supplies, equipment, and technology that enables students to produce award-winning works of art. All schools have access to equitable funding for instruments, equipment, and supplies for performing arts programs. In other words, referendum funding ensures a level playing field for all students. For example, students who may not be able to afford instrumental rental or repair costs are able to participate in band and orchestra programs. The effectiveness of this funding is clear. This past year, 3,797 outstanding student artworks were showcased in 25 district and countywide exhibitions at local museums, art centers, and art galleries. Thousands of students, including those whose families couldn't afford admission fees, participated in field trips to local art museums and performance venues this past school year. Countless all-county events, music performance assessments, theater and dance performances were made possible by this funding. Student collaborations with local artists and art organizations have produced innovative learning experiences and school and community-based art projects that are second to none. The successful Teaching Artist Partnership with the Florida Orchestra was one of the first in the nation. We're proud of that. Summer visual and performing arts camps provided students with additional experiences through digital and traditional media in visual arts, music, theater, and dance at no cost to families. As we celebrate this 19th year of referendum funding, we can also celebrate graduates who have gone on to use the skills they learned in arts classes in so many fields: business, law, education, as successful working artists, and yes, in medicine as well. Referendum funding not only preserves and strengthens our arts education programs, but also strengthens our community. I offer my sincere thanks and congratulations to the school board and staff, all of you members, for your unwavering support for the referendum and your hard work to ensure its resounding success. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, school board members, Superintendent Hendrick, and staff, my name is Maria Cantonis. I'm a Clearwater Arts Alliance board member and a long-serving member of Arts for Complete Education. And for the past 2 years, a member of the Independent Citizens Referendum Oversight Committee, known as ICROC. As an arts education advocate for many decades, I have carefully followed the impact referendum funding has had on our arts programs. These funds have impacted schools in exactly the way that voters intended. Arts programs have not only been preserved, but also they are thriving. All students in Pinellas County have access to high-quality arts education programs. Pinellas has been recognized nationally for its fine arts education programs, everything from being named as one of the best communities for music education to earning 774 visual art awards this year alone, including an impressive 15 National Scholastic Art Awards. As a member of the ICROC committee, my perspective has grown, and I am even more impressed. The outstanding return on investment we have realized in the arts is the same for our reading and technology programs, and perhaps most importantly, on our ability to recruit and retain outstanding teachers. There is great care in the management of referendum funding. Advisory groups give valuable input on how these funds are to be spent, and the Oversight Committee monitors the spending of these funds closely. The process is very transparent. Community input is valued. It is not surprising that other districts consider Pinellas to be the model for how to manage and administer this type of referendum funding. From the extraordinary growth of our orchestra ensembles to the national recognition of so many of our programs and teachers, it is clear our community is being very well served. Thank you for the care that you have taken to earn the voters' strong support. It is my honor to be here this evening as you review referendum plans for the upcoming school year. Thank you.
The third speaker is Mark Clutho, speaking to items 7.13 and 7.11.
Mark Clutho, Largo, 7.13, new building, $3,800,000. The architect, $270,000. This will be another building belching carbon. And I don't need to look at the plans to know it won't be efficient. Go to 7-Eleven. Request for approval of purchasing items in accordance with bid policies and procedures. There lies the problem. Your goal, strategic direction. I can understand if it's directions or a 5 there. Effective and efficient use of resources. That you never, ever do. So what we have is cause and effect. Headline here says, scientists say new epoch, the Anthropocene, began in the 1950s. And then here's a headline from Sunday. Once verdant Mesopotamia is running dry. Climate warming from the cradle of civilization. A grim climate pattern, record hot oceans are driving weather disasters around the world. Now these things, like I say, are a result of cause and effect. You could be doing your part by not ignoring science. Every time I'm here, I'm addressing agenda items where that's happening. I don't have it with me, but there's a recent article about the ground heating because of the way buildings are taking this excess heat in the air and putting it into the ground and messing up the infrastructure. That's another way that the way you making your buildings the wrong way are causing a problem. You are all well aware of that, right? You know, it goes back to your bid policies and procedures. Wrong.
Madam Chair, there's no more speakers.
Seeing no more speakers, we will now move to the consent agenda. May I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda as amended? I've been approved by Mrs. Cook.
I would like to pull agenda item 7.9, which is a request approval of school board member travel outside the county.
Okay, just pull 7.9. So before we vote on this, we would go back and now vote on, if we pull that, we need to get a new motion for the consent agenda as previously amended?
No, I think
No.
we're fine there. So I think what you can do now is Mrs. Cook can reaffirm her
Okay.
motion to approve the consent agenda, and then Mrs. King, you would then go forward and then just take the consent agenda as a whole and then move on to 7.9.
Okay. All right. So moved. We have a motion by Mrs. Cook.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Hine. All those in favor of the consent agenda as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. It passes 7-0. And so now may we have a motion to approve item 7.9, requesting the approval of school board member travel outside the county.
Move approval of 7.9.
I have a move and approval by Mrs. Cook
Second.
and a second by Mrs. Peters. And now for discussion, Ms. Edmond.
The correct dates would be August 16th through the 18th. May that be amended to reflect the accurate travel dates. Thank you.
So Madam Chair, sorry, Mrs. Cook, I think you're going there.
I move that we accept the amendment.
We have a motion to accept the amendment to
Second.
7.9 and a second by Ms. Edmond. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes 7-0 unanimously.
Now vote on the whole.
May I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda
7.9.
as 7.9? A movement by Mrs. Cook.
Second.
A second by Ms. Edmond. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes 7-0. Okay, so with that, we're going to move to our non-consent items. We have a motion to approve item 8.1, requesting the approval of the 2023-2024 Mental Health Assistance Allocation Plan.
I make a motion.
I have a motion to adopt by Mrs. Long,
Second.
a second by Ms. Edmond. Mr. Hendrick, will you please introduce the item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, at our last board workshop, we discussed the 23-24 Mental Health Assistance Allocation Plan that came from the state. That plan was discussed with the board and the public, and it now has to be approved before we can submit it to the state. Tonight, to share that with us is our Director of School Health Services, Sarah O'Toole, who will go over the highlights of the plan.
Good evening, Madam Chair, school board members, Mr. Hendrick, and staff. I am honored to come to you this evening to request your approval of the 2023-2024 Mental Health Assistance Allocation Plan. I know you're used to seeing Ms. Donna Sicilian up here as the face of mental health and wellness in the district. Unfortunately, Donna is out sick and disappointed that she's unable to speak with you tonight, but I know she's watching from home, and I hope that I can do her justice. As many of you are aware, this funding is just one piece of what the district spends to improve the mental health supports available to our students, families, and staff. For the benefit of the public who are listening and watching here this evening, I would like to take a moment to share some of the positive initiatives and successes that we have had because of this funding over the years. The state set a lofty goal for districts to ensure that at least 80% of their staff were trained in youth mental health first aid. I am proud to share that we exceeded that goal. In June, Pinellas County Schools was recognized at the 2023 Florida Safety Summit for having the most certified suicide prevention schools in the state. PCS has been nationally recognized for our implementation of the Sandy Hook Promise programming. Through their Say Something anonymous reporting system, district staff have responded to over 16,000 tips since the tip line went live, and I know that we have saved lives. Also, through our work with Sandy Hook, the district rolled out the Say Something Prevent Suicide training for educators, which provides teachers and staff additional opportunities to become comfortable in being a student's trusted adult while learning about suicide prevention, the warning signs, and how to act immediately. And in the 2021-2022 school year, PCS began a new program called PATHS to better meet the needs of students who were historically served under hospital homebound services due to extreme mental health issues such as depression, anxiety, and school phobia. These students are now served face-to-face in a separate setting and provided therapeutic support daily by a school social worker and a school psychologist. For the upcoming school year, this funding will help to bolster and expand the key components of the plan as presented before you. These include expanding mental health and wellness training, improving access to school-based mental health professionals, expanding the PATHS program to include a North County location to support additional students who have those internalizing concerns, maintaining or expanding our community partnerships, strengthening our work around suicide prevention and our screening for at-risk students, and continuing our work surrounding substance abuse and prevention. Additionally, as required by law, the district will continue to contract and collaborate with community mental health providers to support our students on a longer-term basis, and those contracts with Suncoast and Directions for Living were approved by this board in June. All services provided to students in schools are done only with parent or guardian consent as required by state statute. None of this work would be possible without the efforts and dedication of your fantastic student services staff. As Donna always shares, we have the cream of the crop here in Pinellas. Our school social workers, school counselors, school psychologists, and school nurses are committed to our stakeholders as we strive towards preparing each student for college, career, and life. This plan will be uploaded to the dedicated state website as soon as approved. And with that, I ask for your approval of the 2023-2024 Mental Health Assistance Allocation Plan. This is when the real work begins.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mrs. O'Toole. Mrs. Long, you had some comment?
Yes, I just want to say thank you. This is my 42nd or 43rd year in Pinellas County Schools, and it is such a pleasure to see the dedication and the love of our staff to make sure all children, every single one of our children, are safe and supported. And for that, I can't thank you all enough. I know that you're extremely dedicated. You're all extremely educated in this field, and you're doing a great job. So thank you.
Mrs. Hine.
Thank you, Mrs. O'Toole. You did a very good job, and we can let Mrs. Sicilian know that.
She's watching.
I'm sure she is. So, and we are the cream of the crop, and very, very often the health that we do in our mental health, or the work that we do in our mental health is used as an example across the state, and I'm very proud of that. That said, we have a long way to go for certain, and all of us, you know, our teachers, our administrators, our parents, everyone engaging and helping in that mental health aspect of our youth is extremely important right now. So again, I also just echo thank you for that important work. I just wanted to let the public know that we reviewed this in detail at our workshop just last week, and we're presented with the different numbers of how much our services are used, what our ratio of mental health counselors to students is, you know, again, the frequency of use of those, and how the dollars are broken down. So I certainly support approving this plan and allocation. Thank you.
Any other discussion from the board? Thank you so much for explaining this once again to us. We appreciate all of the hard work, all the dedicated staff, and I too second what Ms. Hine has said, and we had a very detailed look at everything going on, and I feel very strongly that this is a wonderful item to be voted on here. So with that, we have a motion on the floor by Mrs. Long and a second by Mrs. Edmond. All those in favor of approving item 8.1, the approval of the 2023-2024 Mental Health Assistance Allocation Plan, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None. The vote passes unanimously, 7-0. Thank you so much. Thank you all for being here. Now may I have a motion to approve item 8.2, the request approval of the recommendations of the district referendum work group for the expenditure of the referendum funds for year 19.
Move approval.
We have a motion from Ms. Hine and a second by Mrs. Cook. Mr. Hendrick.
Thank you. I'm going to call up our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Dan Evans, who will explain this. And I do want to thank the members of the community who serve on those referendum work groups and help to prepare these budgets. Dr. Evans.
Thank you all, and thank you, Mr. Hendrick and school board members and staff. We're pleased, of course, to bring forward to you the annual recommendations for the expenditures of the referendum funds for your approval for this critical community-sponsored effort that is heading into year 19, as we've heard tonight. It's so important to our teachers, children, and families, and I want to thank the Arts for a Complete Education for being here, and their remarks tonight, I think, speak to the influence of the referendum monies on our children. It was in November of 2004 that we first asked the voters to approve and support our schools in this way. and they have done so each time, most recently in 2020, as you well know. The school board established priorities for these spending of these funds, with 80% dedicated to teacher salaries and 20% of the funds to support reading, the visual and performing arts, and technologies. As the board is aware, we partner closely with our various advisory groups for each of these areas in developing the spending plan that's been made available to you this evening, and of course with our Independent Citizens Referendum Oversight Committee, ICROC, to ensure that our plans and expenditures remain in accordance with the voters' intent. In fact, I'm excited to announce to you that this summer, ICROC met at one of our summer bridge sites to see the monies in action. And the Arts for the Complete Education team and others were there with us. And it was a very, very exciting time to see how these monies are spent. And we would encourage you to join us as we do those visits in the future. Your approval and acceptance of the recommendation enables the district staff to begin implementation of the purchasing plan for 23-24, to create necessary professional development activities for our teachers who will be arriving back in schools tomorrow, and to develop an ongoing communication plan with ICROC, our oversight committee. We thank you as always for your support, and we appreciate your consideration and approval this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Mrs. Cook?
I don't think we can look at this plan and approve it without thanking the community, all of the people for which we have had support for years and years and years on this. I remember when we first decided that we were going to add arts, music, and PE as part of our core curriculum, and it is something that has stayed with us even through years when the funding has been very, very low. And for the community to give us the support the way they are is outstanding. And I really encourage them to come to some of these performances and see what their funding is doing. The teachers that are receiving money from that, we can't do without them, and they're doing a wonderful job. And all of the district staff that also works with the performing arts as well as technology, and it just all comes together so nicely. And when a community is working together for the betterment of our students, it's a win. And I appreciate them. Thank you.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you.
I also would like to say thank you to the community. I am so very proud to be not only from, but in a district that puts such a high emphasis and value on our arts and education. It is immeasurable, the impact that the arts has on so many of our students. And you can visually see so much of this art as you walk through our schools. There's more murals. Every time I go to a new school, you can see new murals, you can see ones from the past, and the students are constantly working to not only beautify their schools, but express themselves and learn more about their world around them through art. And it is an incredible piece of their education. I am so proud to be of a district that holds this in such high regard in a community that has continued to support this through the years. And so I thank you so much for all the hard work that goes into this each and every year. With that, we have a motion by Ms. Hine and a second by Mrs. Cook. All those in favor of approving item 8.2, the approval for the recommendations of the district referendum work group for the expenditure of the referendum funds for year 19, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? There are none opposed. It passes unanimously 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Evans. Finally, may I have a motion to approve item 8.3, the request approval of the 2024-2025 instructional calendar and special observant dates. Motion by Mrs. Long and a second by Mrs. Meyer. Mr. Hendrick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to call up Chief Human Resources Officer Paula Texel, who will explain the process for developing this calendar presented to the board and public. Ms. Texel.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Madam Chair, school board members, Mr. Hendrick, and staff. I am here to present to you the recommendation for the 2024-25 instructional calendar and special observance days. As you know, a calendar committee representing parents, teachers, support staff, instructional staff, students, and various community groups met this summer to develop the instructional calendar for the 24-25 school year. And these committee members were provided time to solicit feedback from their stakeholder groups, and then shared the input with the committee, and which has been brought to you for the recommendation. I do have to say a thank you. It is a little weird to be here the day before our teachers return for the 23-24, but but I am excited to bring this to you today because every school year on the first day of school, we get a call, many calls, asking about the future calendar. So hopefully we will have this ready for parents and anyone else who may call. But I wanted to provide a few highlights for the calendar for the 24-25 school year. It is a school start date for instructional staff on Friday, August 2nd, 2024, and for students on Monday, August 12th, 2024. And that's a reminder that students' first day cannot occur before August 10th of any given school year, which is why we have moved it to the Monday, August 12th. It does provide for 6 days of pre-planning for our 10-month teachers. You'll notice a Thanksgiving break that will fall between Saturday, November 23rd and Sunday, December 1st. We have a winter break from Saturday, December 21st to Monday, January 6th, 2025. Our first semester exams will be administered prior to the winter break, and that is something that continues to come forward each year, and I'm very glad to have that continuing. It does allow for 87 days in our first semester and 93 in our second semester. We have a spring break from Saturday, March 15th through Sunday, March 23rd. We have a school ending date for this year for students on Thursday, May 29th, 2025, and Friday, May 30th, 2025 for our 10-month instructional staff. The calendars also have a potential hurricane makeup days identified on the calendar with the graphic. They are noted. We no longer are listing the specific days as we've had the communication over the years, and we have been addressing any situations that we may arise each year with our storms. Each year is very unique, and so to pinpoint specific days, we just felt was not the best way to do that, and so we have identified those potential days. If and when, hopefully not this year, we have to address that, we will address that as a group and bring that to you. We continue to be able to provide our students with a maximum number of days to complete the required testing in May. That is something we also do take into consideration, and this calendar allows for that. And again, you'll note that the calendar has 6 preschool days for our teachers, and then overall throughout this calendar, you'll see holidays, teacher work days that are spread out throughout that year. So we are excited to be able to provide you with this calendar recommendation. Absolutely being approved a little earlier this year than in years past, but again, I think that is a response to the need of the community which we receive calls for. So we thank you for this consideration of this request of the calendar for the 24-25 school year.
Make note of that. Absolutely, thank you so much. Any discussion or questions about the proposed calendar? Seeing none, we have a motion by Mrs. Long and a second by Mrs. Meyer. All those in favor to approve item 8.3, the approval of the 2024-2025 instructional calendar and special observance days, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? There are none. It passes unanimously, 7-0. Thank you so much, Ms. Texel. Thank you. Moving to new business, do we have items for the superintendent?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Tomorrow, our teachers and 10-month staff return to work, and when they do so, they're returning to a school district that performed very well academically in this past school year. As we shared with the board a little bit at the last workshop and with some of our returning administrators earlier last week, Pinellas County Schools students performed on the new Best Assessor Standards and the new Florida Assessment for Student Thinking very well. We finished first amongst the 10 largest districts in the state in mathematics proficiency and tied for third in English language arts proficiency amongst those 10 largest districts. And our reading proficiency in grade 3 was the highest it's been in 10 years as we compare ourselves to other districts. We also demonstrated our highest state ranking in the last 5 years in math, English language arts, science, and civics. And we're very pleased with that, as those were our goals in our district strategic plan, and we're excited to celebrate that with our teachers as they return to work tomorrow. Of course, our students return on August 10th, and many of our parents have already begun to fill out those back to school forms. You can find those at focus.pcsb.org, log into portal. There's an easy way to recover your password there, and if you need a new one, we've got some buttons there for parents to do so. So all of those parent packet first day forms, you can fill them out ahead of time, including the clinic card. The free and reduced lunch price meal is also open now on August 1st, as the state has opened that up, and that helps to determine also free full-day VPK for this year. So for our parents who are interested in that and qualify, we need them to fill that out as soon as possible. Check the district's back to school page for calendars, more information, and unfortunately for our students, a day-by-day countdown of the number of days left before school begins. I also wanted to give the board and the public a little bit of an update on transportation. We are committed to making transportation more efficient than it was last school year. The district heard concerns from families and the public about this, and as the board knows, we shared in February a multifaceted plan to begin addressing this once and for all. That included a family ridership campaign, improving our driver pay and recruitment and retention, which we've done successfully, routing efficiencies and combinations, and changes to arterial stops. We value our school choice programs as we have for decades in providing that magnet school transportation, unlike some other districts. But for some families, those arterial stops have caused some concern in those changes. We continue to address those individually, family by family. Sometimes that helps with before care. Other times it's looking at the stops. But knowing that we're doing all of this within the board's approved safety guidelines and school board policy 8600. We are definitely far better prepared to support the 30,000 students that will need transportation on the first day of school, and we're looking forward to on-time transportation for those families. Early communication to this has been a key. We typically shoot for August 1st or 2nd or 3rd to get those postcards out in the mail. We did call-outs beginning back on July 19th and been answering questions from parents the last several weeks. You can find answers to many of those questions on our transportation page, on the front page of our website, some frequently asked questions, and we look forward to continuing to work with parents over the next couple days to get those buses on time at the start of the year. And as I've done each and every school board meeting, I want to honor one of our superintendent standouts, and this one is Patricia Weininger, a business education teacher at Johns Hopkins Middle School, who was noted by one of her colleagues this year whose child was attending a summer bridge program at Johns Hopkins. She said, "I couldn't let this opportunity go without recognizing you through PCS praise. You are going above and beyond, making others' days bright. The way you welcome students and parents is above expectations. Your greetings are full of energy and excitement. It doesn't matter if you were in the classroom, at the front door of the school, the car line, the energy was the same. And this made my grandson's experience in summer so enjoyable. Thank you for making him and all the other students feel welcome and safe." So thank you to Mrs. Weininger and all of our teachers as they return to work here tomorrow. And Madam Chair, as I know I normally end with that, but I wanted to address two other topics tonight, just as I start my second year as superintendent. Continue to be so pleased with the support we've received from the community and the conversations that we continue as this school district has had for over 100 years. But over the last year, there have been many local, state, and national issues that have made their way into the space of public education. Some of these have been contentious, political, controversial, and have set out to divide our educational communities in different ways. We need to remain focused on academic achievement and not let these divide us. However, one of our jobs as a school board and as the superintendent is to address these, right? To share with the public and our teachers and staff what exactly our positions are and to make sure we have clear direction, particularly as we start the new school year. Our job for sure is to address it, but also to keep these controversies out of our classrooms and away from our students. Our students and teachers should be focused on the joy of learning and not dealing with adult disagreements. One of these ongoing issues for the last year has been the content of school and classroom libraries and the implementation of new state legislation. I want to commend the board for the actions you've taken over the last 6 months as we enter this new school year. In Pinellas County Schools, parents now have complete control over the books their students may access in our libraries and in our classrooms. Your direction to provide the highest levels of support for our teachers as they have inventoried classroom libraries allowed our teachers to do this with support and compensation. We continue to improve that and now have all nearly 4 million books in our district, each of which was hand scanned by a teacher or librarian, now for the public to see. This year, under your leadership, Pinellas County Schools added the Pinellas County or the classroom and library materials preference form. So parents who would like to place some level of restriction beyond what is already in place can do so for their child. Parents can completely control what their children read and have access to in our schools. I also want to commend the board for your well-rounded conversation at our most recent board workshop on our revised objection of policy to instructional materials. With the online catalogs, the school and classroom libraries, the new state process for objections, which allows for an objection beyond just the school district, and the parent permission we've put into place, we've given parents the opportunity to fully participate in the process. I encourage parents who have concerns to access this new form and citizens who have concerns to file objections per our policy and the state's policy. To date, I've heard from many, many parents who are satisfied with the efforts the board has taken, and thus far, as of this morning, we have over 17,000 parents fill out their back-to-school forms, and 52 of those indicated that they wanted some additional level of restriction, and we'll honor that for those students. Secondly, I wanted to address another issue that has come into the crosshairs of public education, and that is the recently approved African American history standards that have garnered much attention on all levels, local, state, and national. And certainly I've been contacted by many members of our community about the district's position. As the discussion evolves, it's our duty as a board and for me as superintendent to weigh in on this and let our community know where we stand. I want to remind the board and the public of Pinellas' place in teaching African American history. Pinellas County Schools is one of only 11 districts in Florida named as an exemplary district by the Florida Department of Education and the African American History Task Force for celebrating the district's robust and authentic teaching of African American history. This exemplary status was designated based on our commitment to the inclusion of relevant materials into our curriculum and the purposeful collaboration with university and community partners and structured professional development for our teachers. In fact, just this week, coming up as our teachers return, we have sessions on African American history in Tampa, facilitated by the Tampa Bay History Center, the Civil Rights in the Sunshine State, facilitated by the St. Petersburg Museum of History, and we continue our series for teachers and students on forgotten African American cemeteries, and this one with the Rose Hill Cemetery Project, which has been supported by the University of South Florida. As a former social studies teacher in this district, and as your superintendent, I want to be clear. Our district's commitment to the accurate teaching and rigorous instruction of history is unwavering. With regard to the new standards, I have personally read each and every one of them. And yes, there are areas of concern, particularly some of the benchmark clarifications. The new standards are by no means perfect. However, it also must be said that the majority of the recently approved state standards do emphasize the realities of American participation in slavery and many other topics of importance that our children must learn and will learn in our schools. Pinellas County Schools has always and will continue to emphasize the moral and violent wrongs of slavery, along with the role of the civil rights movement in our teaching of African American history. And so as our teachers return to school tomorrow and our students next week, I know that this debate will continue on, and no doubt the public discourse around these new standards will make the news. But let's keep our teachers and our students out of the political battlefield. The district will seek clarification from the Florida Department of Education regarding these standards, and I'm already working with a number of our state groups to do so. But let me be clear, we will allow our teachers to teach based on the training they've received, both professionally and that we've provided to them and been recognized as exemplary for doing so. So as we enter this new school year, let us treat one another with our core values when we disagree. And let us make sure that our focus remains on academics and keep our teachers and students out of these political battles. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Hendrick. Any items to be introduced by the school board attorney, Mr. Kapersky?
No items, thank you.
No items. Thank you, Mr. Kapersky, and we will move to items to be introduced by our board. Mrs. Long, you had your light on first.
Okay, I just want to talk to all the teachers in the room and that are watching. I want to wish you an excellent school year. You have earned this job. You've got your state certifications. We know that you are ready to teach all of our children, and I want you to know that I support you. I'm very proud of our district teachers and administrators. You do an excellent job, and you give with your heart and your soul, and it shows. Being a former teacher and knowing what you're going through, I commend you. Stand strong and tall. Believe in yourself and go get our children and teach them to the very best you can. Every child that walks through your door is your child. As far as education, When the child is in your classroom, you are the one who is educating them. And I know teachers do it to the very best of their ability. So thank you, teachers, administrators. Have a wonderful school year.
Ms. Edmond? Pop back up. Sign. Do you want to go next?
Thank you. I want to thank you, Mr. Hendrick, and as well as Mr. Masterides. I did all of my focus forms online. I have my children both registered, and it was simple and easy, and certainly easier this year than it was last year. And being able to personally change my password, I probably did it at least twice. So I just want to say I didn't have to call the school, go to the school, get my password. That makes a huge difference. And as well, getting all the paper forms home. So I just want you to know from this parent, it went really smoothly, and I very much appreciate it. And yes, all the forms were very clear as far as the opt-in, opt-out, and everything. So thank you so much for all the work that you did to get that working. It worked very, very smoothly. I also want to thank you, Mr. Hendrick, for the Leadership Summit kickoff that was last Monday morning. Your focus on excellence and experiences and climate and culture, and doing that through inspiration and innovation was just a great kickoff. And to be around all of the leaders and administrators and teachers who are excited and ready for this new school year under your leadership, thank you. And thank you to all the leaders, administrators, teachers who are in our schools right now, getting them ready to kick off this new school year, and our parents and our community partners who are out there. It is just unbelievable. So we've got, uniform swap shops, teacher breakfasts, things like that happening, whether it's through our PTAs. We've got Avara Health, the Pinellas Education Foundation, the Junior League of St. Petersburg, police athletic leagues. I mean, you could go on with a number of community partners that are out there right now, ensuring that the students in our community have what they need for when they start their first day of school, to include school materials as well as needed health and dental wellness. So I'm so grateful. There is inspiring generosity across this community. Our schools are stronger when we all engage in them. And so I just want to thank everyone. I want to thank our community members as well as our businesses. Thank you to all of those who are here, but to everyone else, if you want to know how you can engage in our schools, just call one. Just find the one that's closest to you, show up, walk in, and just say, what can I do for you? And they will be super grateful and would love to have you engage. So just wishing a great school year to everyone.
Thank you. During our legislative update at the workshop, we received information about the impact of legislation on the district. Some of the information was to be clarified at a later date due to the Department of Education meeting on July 19th. One item I would like the public to receive information on is the impact of House Bill 1069, as well as who should they contact if they have questions regarding the procedures for themselves or for their child. Mr. Kapersky, would you please provide additional information? Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair and Board Member Edmond. I did provide that legislative update at that workshop, and in fact, there was a state board meeting on the 19th. Watched the entire thing, and there were multiple state board rules that were adopted. And remember, those rules are essentially the same as your school board policies. In fact, we follow similar procedures when we adopt them, as does the State Board of Education. So there were many rules that were provided. We reviewed those. We had additional meetings within the district. That informed our presentation at the Leadership Summit last Monday. In fact, I, as well as Sarah and Lori in our legal department, are going to be going out and speaking with individual groups of employees during the district-wide training this Friday. So we're going to be going and answering questions, specific questions that they may have. I'd be remiss if I didn't say that is not necessarily the end of the story. The State Board of Education is considering, and the DOE is proposing additional rules for consideration at the state board level. In fact, on August 23rd, the state board is meeting in Naples, and as of right now, there's about another dozen rules that were impacted by the legislative session that they are continuing to provide rulemaking on that. And that will continue into the school year, obviously. in August and probably into September and October. And that is not unusual. We often see that the DOE engages in this activity in the state board into the school year, even though the law is now in effect. They are providing guidance as we go along through the calendar. So, but to answer your specific question, Ms. Edmond, that if people in our district have specific questions regarding the impact of the laws, whether it be HB 1069 or any of the other new laws that impact public education, they feel free to work with, if they're an instructional personnel, a teacher or a support staff member, they can work with their administrative team at their school. Then they can contact us in the legal department. We always like to keep their area office included as well, so the principal or AP can work with the area superintendent, loop in us in the legal department, and we can help them work through those case-by-case issues.
Is that clarification?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Kapersky. We have also received questions regarding PragerU curriculum, and I have asked the question, will it be used in Pinellas County Schools? I believe this should not be utilized. So I asked the Chief Academic Officer if it would be used in Pinellas County Schools, and I was informed that the district has no plans of adding these resources to curriculum. The next item that I would like to discuss is the Department of Education's new rule on African American history standards. Thank you, Superintendent Hendricks, for your comments about the district's teaching of history. I think it's extremely important that I am clear, and as you mentioned, that the board and the district is clear, but speaking as an individual school board member, there's a lot of work that needs to be done with those standards. I watched the Department of Education's meeting. I heard the feedback from people who decided to speak, and I even read the standards. So there are definitely things missing. However, I will speak specifically to SS 68 AA 2.3, examining the various duties and trades performed by slaves. Examples were provided, and the clarification is instruction includes how slaves develop skills, which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit. Right. It is just unbelievable that we are trying to minimize, or two sides, a horrific time in history. The other part that I would like to speak to is Standard 2AA36, which attempts to blame victims of riots and massacres. It's just wrong. If you would like to read the standards for yourself, all 260 pages are available online. Many of them are vague and just downright offensive and wrong to even be considered to have teachers providing instruction on. So at this time, I would like to know if there are any, or through the chair, if there are any school board members who are interested in writing a letter to the Board of Education and asking them to consider revisiting those standards.
All right, well, we have a request for an approval to write a letter to the State Board of Education regarding this matter. I don't believe we need a full vote for this. Would be an individual or as a collective group? You're asking as a collective group?
It's, Mr. Kapersky, can you advise the board on what they can do if they would like to participate?
Yes, I can. The board at its prior workshops over the years has amended its school board operating procedures manual, and there is a portion of that that discusses correspondence. And so the board has decided that unless all 7 board members agree to do something, that district letterhead would not be used. And I believe the rationale of that at the time was because that lists each one of your names. And so if 3 or 4 or 6 of you want to do something, but some others don't, it wouldn't appear fair that their name would be on a letter even if it's just in the letterhead portion. So, but of course, at any time, any individual board member or a collection of board members, after discussing it at a public meeting, could agree to prepare a letter or direct somebody to prepare a draft of a letter for discussion later regarding something. My recommendation would be that that letter, if it is not unanimous, clearly state at the very beginning of the letter that this is being written on behalf of the individual school board members signing below and not on behalf of the entire school board.
Thank you, Mr. Kopersky. And again, this is to, as you know, we only can speak in the sunshine. So this is my opportunity to speak with you and to see if you are interested in submitting a letter asking them to revisit and revise the standards.
Are you asking that they address specific standards or all of the standards that have to do with African American?
All of them.
All of them? Okay.
Ms. Peters, did you have a discussion on that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be curious as to the district's responsibility on adopting all of the standards or selecting the standards that we feel are appropriate to our district. And I don't know if it's inappropriate at this time for me to ask our superintendent to possibly speak to that.
So when the state passes new standards, there's typically a progression of things that happen, right? So the standards are approved, then there's training, there's materials that come in, so you don't implement them next week, right? In this case, there's still public discussion about them, right? Whether that public discussion goes anywhere or not, we'll see. But the training and the materials and all that have not happened. We don't have the ability as a district to say, well, we like some standards, but not others. We have to teach all of the standards. My contention in my portion was to say our teachers are well-trained and know how to do that. Are there documents, primary source documents, that show that an individual may have benefited from a trade that they learned while a slave? Probably. There's primary source documents on a lot of things, but is that the real intention of slavery, and is it a moral right? No, and our teachers will not teach it as such. And that's the words I've heard from our teachers, right? So these things happen. You present different pieces of evidence in a lot of different things, but the clear part of this is there are some concerning standards. Our teachers will teach the way they've been trained to do, and whether the state changes those or not, it's not our intention to say slavery had benefits for those who had it, right? No, we know that that's not accurate, and that's why it was abolished here and many other places across the world, and it should be. So that's where we are on it. I'm working with our State Department of Education through our Superintendent's Association. Our social studies supervisor is working through his association to really clean up some of the concerns that are very valid from our staff and from the public. And so that's where we are. Do we have the opportunity to say we're not going to do these standards? No, that's not an option. I think Ms. Kopersky would back me up on that.
Absolutely. Ms. Peters, do you have further comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that we should all have an opportunity to read all of the pages before we commit. I'm sorry. I myself as a school board member would like the opportunity to finish reading the entire standards before I commit to writing a letter, as I don't know what exactly I'm writing to. I don't know what I'm speaking to standard per standard, unless you have specific standards, Ms. Edmond, that you specifically want to list at this point. But without having the opportunity to read all of the standards myself, I can't commit to that right now.
If you'd like, I can send them to you via email, but I do think it's important for you to have your opinion be included. I didn't discuss providing examples to the Department of Education because there are numerous examples, and we've heard across from news outlets as well as in my own reading and listening to the Board of Education discussion. So my request is still as stands. Is there or are there any board members that are willing to join me in writing a letter to the Board of Education? I also think it's important to let the public know that there is no opting out of a standard. So if the standards
aren't as what some would like their child to be taught, there is no opt-out. And that is something that the public should be aware of.
Ms. Long?
Yes, Ms. Edmond, you can put my name. I'll be glad to help you. I believe that everyone, black, white, Indian, we're equal. The African community went through a lot, and to just erase it like it didn't exist so that whites look better is not, it's not right. It's not. And I'm not God. I don't think any of us are, and I think God wants the love for all people. We are created, as far as our bodies and all, the same. And I think we need to understand that some of this, I've been watching the national news, and believe it or not, Fox News doesn't even believe in this. So that makes me wonder. So yes, you will have my total support.
Ms. Hine?
Mr. Hendrick, I'd like to thank you for addressing this topic during your comments tonight and the work that you're going to be doing with the Superintendent's Association and also other academic associations across the state in advocating for clarifying these standards, because I absolutely believe that they need to be clarified and reviewed and changed. So I'm glad to know that we are participating in that clarification process. I'd certainly be happy to review a letter and to, what the language in it says and consider whether I would participate in it. I would want to, review what that language is, but certainly I appreciate that we are taking a look and participating in the clarification of these new standards that have come out.
Okay. Mrs. Cook?
Yeah, I will echo what Ms. Hine just said. I'm about 40 pages from finishing it. I have read many of them, the ones you addressed I have read. And I think reading them as clarifying them as opposed to a letter saying, redo them, pick them away, whatever, would be something that I could support. So I too would like to see what the letter is saying before I put my name on it. But I support us asking for clarification and to look at those standards.
And Ms. Edmond?
Thank you, Mrs. Hine, Mrs. Cook, Mrs. Long. As you may already be aware, that any letter or draft of a letter would go to those who are interested prior to it being finalized for feedback. And again, my ask is for them to revisit and revise the standards.
Thank you for that clarification. And with that, I have to echo what Mr. Hendricks said. I think at this time, we do not have all the information to make clear decisions around this matter without trainings available and without certain materials and clarifications available. But I would like to review the letter as well to see what how that would be drafted before making that decision. And I'm in a similar place where I want to continue to review what the language is and what does that mean for our district, and the clarifications of what that means for our teachers in teaching as well. And so I think that we all would like to complete doing that review, but also have a review of the letter as well before making that decision. Thank you, Mrs. Long.
Ms. Edmond, you're not saying to change this, rewrite it, but to be more accurate and give the background where they're getting this information.
If you would like, I can provide you, after getting with district staff, the language for the letter.
Okay, which would be excellent.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Mrs. Cook, do you have a board update? Are you complete?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Good, yes. As we start the new school year, I want to address a few things. For the teachers, I wish you a great school year, but I ask that you remember your why as you're in the classroom. It's difficult every day under any circumstances working with the students. You got into this profession because you love it. So remember your why. Why did you get in there? I'm going to ask that parents take a few minutes and talk with their students. Share with them the importance of getting an education, talking to them about the values. Look on our website, see what our core values are for the district, and talk about respect, talk about responsibility, talk about integrity and the kinds of things that we have up there. And just let the students know that you believe education is important and it's their job to participate in that and getting that education. I also want to thank the community for all of the support that they've had, but at the same time, remind them that school starts on the 10th. Buses are going to be on the road. Students are going to be riding bicycles, walking to schools. Please be aware. Keep your eye out. Even if you have to leave a few minutes early for work, I think that would be a good idea. And just make sure you too are working to keep our children safe. This is a brand new year, a clean slate for everyone. Let's walk in and let's have a fabulous school year. I wish you all the best, and we're here to do whatever we can to support you in the job that you're going to be doing. Thank you for what you do in advance.
Thank you very much. Ms. Edmond?
Madam Chair, would you please clarify for the public what's to occur based off the discussion that just happened?
Based off the discussion, we're going to, are you drafting this letter?
Yeah.
Okay. Miss, you will draft this letter, and then that's going to be sent to the board for review, board members that have committed to reviewing it at least, so that they can then make a decision from that point as to if that clarifying language is something they want to send as a collective group or as individuals.
Thank you. And I would like to add that Mrs. Long informed that she would be interested in signing on.
Yes. Yes, and there were several others that want to review it before making that decision, but potentially.
Madam Chair, may I add also a little bit of context to that? So any draft letter, Ms. Edmond, that you prepare, please send to the board office. There's to be no emailing among the board members, as you know, and so it will be sent there, and then the board office can send out to the people who wish to see it. And then if there's any discussion to be had, as opposed to just simply saying I agree or no thank you, if there's clarifying discussion, that will need to take place in the sunshine. And I believe your next meeting is August 22nd. Thank you.
Absolutely. Ms. Peters?
Thank you. I would like to receive a copy of that letter as well. I think all board members probably want to see that, but I won't speak for everybody.
Any other board member? All right, with that, I also want to welcome everyone back for another wonderful school year. I'm very excited to kick off this year. At our summit, our leadership summit last week, we talked a lot about student experience again, and not only student experience, staff experience, the experience each and every day that we have in our classrooms. And I really believe that that experience starts with our mindset. It starts with a mindset of innovation and creativity. When you walk into that classroom, I really hope, teachers, that you will walk in thinking of how to creatively connect with your students, how to creatively get them motivated with their education. Because I know sometimes we get bogged down by a lot of the details, but whenever we think creatively, we think passionately, and we remember why we love what we do and exactly what Mrs. Cook is saying. Remember why we love it. We love it because it's our opportunity to touch lives. It's our opportunity to help students expand their knowledge and get them excited about the world around them and all of the amazing opportunities ahead of them throughout this school year and throughout the rest of their lives, no matter what direction they take. And we as teachers are those mentors in the classroom to help show them those opportunities. And so I hope, teachers, that you'll walk into the school year with an outlook of innovation. That is our hope with the student experience, to push these students beyond what we know they can do to do the extraordinary. And so I wish you all the very best on your first day of school next week. And I hope you all have a wonderful day. And I know it's a nerve-wracking first day of school is butterflies for everyone. So I hope it goes well for each and every one of you, and also for all the administrators and every person at the school, whether they're in the lunchroom, on the bus, no matter where you are. The first day is always a little nerve-wracking as we get all those procedures nailed out, but just know that we're all in this together and we're gonna make an amazing school year happen. So thank each and every one of you for the amazing work that you do. Thank you so much. And with that, I think that ends our board comments for the evening. Ms. Woodford, can you please review any board requests?
Yes, outside of the clarification that you just provided for Mrs. Edmond about the letter she'll be drafting, forwarding to the attorney to go out, I did not note any other requests.
All right, thank you. Oh, Ms. Edmond, did you have another request?
Yes, clarification. I will be working with district staff to draft the letter, and that will go to Mrs. Hout or Mrs. Christie to distribute.
Yes. All right, thank you so much. Is there any further business for this meeting? And seeing none, we are now going to adjourn this meeting. It is officially adjourned. Normally, we would jump right at this moment to our public comment on the general business of the district, but we do have a budget hearing scheduled for 6:30, and it is now 6:26. So we are going to have a very quick recess for a couple of minutes, let the board stretch for a moment before we sit down for the public hearing. So if you all like to stand up and stretch for a minute, we will be back here at 6:30 promptly. Thank you. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. If you could, please be seated.
Well, our millage. No, that's because it's property.
Do I?
Property value.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I apologize if I did not make it clear. The board will return to our public comment portion at the completion of the budget hearing. We will return to that and open it up for public comments after this portion of the meeting. So with that, welcome to the first two public hearings on the 2023-2024 budget. We're here tonight to review the proposed property tax rates and budget for the 2023-2024 school year. Hear comments from the public and approve the proposed millage rates and budget. The order of business and actions taken tonight must follow specific directions set forth in the state statutes, and we ask for your cooperation as we go through these legally required format. There will be two opportunities for you to speak this evening. The first, you may comment on the proposed millage rates. Second, you may comment on the proposed budget. And if you wish to speak, you must register separately for each part of the hearing with our staff member at the entrance of the boardroom. After tonight's hearing, the school board will continue to review the tentative budget. We will make changes to reduce millage rates prior to or during the final public hearing, which is scheduled for September 12th, 2023. Again, that is September 12th, 2023. We cannot raise the millage rate higher than the rate we tentatively set here this evening. On behalf of the school board and superintendent, I thank each of you for taking the time to be here tonight to share your views with us. At this time, I would like to entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
I have a motion by Ms. Cook and a second by Ms. Meyer. Mr. Hendrick will make some introductory comments prior to the presentation and before we hear comments from the public.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. I'd like to take this opportunity for your engagement and interest as we formulate this plan for the 23-24 fiscal year. As you know, our budget is directly tied to our strategic plan, and we brought both of those to you for a lengthy workshop on June 27th. At the workshop, the budget was laid out in detail, covering each component, and as in past practice, we'll continue to examine all of the parts of our budget, especially as student enrollment is finalized here in the next couple of weeks. I want to thank the board again for your engagement with this, your long conversations with Mr. Smith, and I'll pass it to Mr. Smith and his team for the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Hendrick. As you know, our Truth and Millage ad appeared in the Tampa Bay Times this past Sunday. The format for the newspaper ad and the order of tonight's hearing presentations are prescribed by Chapter 200 Florida statutes. Based on the board's actions tonight, the Pinellas County Property Appraiser's Office will send out proposed tax notices. These notices will legally indicate the time and place of our second and final public hearing on our millage and budget to be held Tuesday evening, September 12th, as Ms. Kane mentioned. This proposed tentative budget is based on estimates since the books for fiscal year 22-23 have not yet been closed. The final budget presented in September will reflect the actual results of the current fiscal year. At this time, I'll ask Samantha Chastain, Manager of Budget, FTE, and Cost Reporting, to present the millage, and she'll be followed by Mr. Luann Jordan, Executive Director of Budget and Resource Allocation, who will present the tentative budget. Ms. Chastain.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Good evening, Mr. Hendrick, Madam Chair, board members, and staff. Truth and millage, also referred to as TRIM, requires school districts to advertise their proposed budget and millage rates annually. The district's 2023-24 millage is comprised of the general operating millage, which includes the required local effort, discretionary, and local referendum. The Florida Department of Education determines the maximum state required local effort millage rate that must be levied by the school board to generate its local share of the funding for the district. The local referendum of 0.5 mils was initially approved by the voters in 2005 and 6, approved for the fifth time in 2020-21 for a 4-year period. The proposed millage also includes the 1.5 mils for capital outlay. A mill refers to the rate of the property tax commonly paid on the assessed value of homes and business properties. A mill equates to $1 of taxes for every $1,000 of taxable property value. The rollback rate is the millage rate that would generate the same amount of revenue as last year if applied to the current tax roll after adjusting for new construction. The 2023-24 proposed millage of 5.938 is higher than the rollback rate by 10.87%. Pinellas County's gross property tax value of approximately $140 billion is an increase from last year's value by $15.2 billion, or 12.2%. The proposed millage rate for the 2023-24 of 5.938 represents an overall decrease of 0.42% when compared to the 2022-23 total millage rate of 5.936, excuse me. The required local effort millage has decreased by 0.78%. The property tax revenue comparison reflects an increase in revenue of $83.7 million over the last year's proceeds. This is a result of the increase in our property tax value. The required local effort proceeds are increasing by about $43.5 million. The proposed discretionary millage will generate about $10.9 million more. The referendum will yield an additional $7.3 million, and the capital outlay millage will generate $21.9 million more than last year. Under the proposed rate, the owner of a $200,000 home, after the deduction of the $25,000 homestead exemption, would pay $1,039.15 in school taxes. This averages out to $2.85 per day. The taxable value of property in Pinellas County reflects an increase on average of 12.2% for the year. The Florida legislature has set our required local effort, which is also known as referred to as the RLE, to 3.19, which is a decrease from the prior year's RLE of 3.215. Some homeowners may experience an increase in their school taxes, as demonstrated here, as a result of an increase in property value and not an increase of our levied millage rate. Please note that this example does not consider the benefits of the 3% Save Our Homes cap. The RLE is an appropriated amount set by the FLDOE. The school board must levy this amount in order for us to receive state funding. It is used for the day-to-day operations, such as school staff and utilities. The discretionary millage is used for general operations of the district and to meet additional costs due to inflation. Local referendum funds are used to recruit and retain quality teachers, preserve reading, art, and music programs, and provide up-to-date textbooks and technology. The capital outlay millage is the district's primary funding source for maintenance, renovations, new construction, and equipment as advertised on July 30th. At this time, I will turn the meeting back to the board chair to allow for public comment and for the motions necessary to adopt the millage rates. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Ms. Christie, are there any speakers for agenda item 5?
Madam Chair, we have 2 speakers for item 5. The first one is Bronson Odshoff and Mark Clutho.
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to take a couple minutes to share with you some of my concerns about the increasing tax rate or actually the tax revenue. So we did talk about that the tax rate, the millage rate, is going down, but it's important to realize that the tax is still going to increase, right? So even though the rate's going to go down, the amount that comes out of our pockets is going to go up. And that's going to be about $83 million. And that's an 11.7 increase. We talked about that, or we heard about that in the presentation. And we talked a little, or I talked a little bit about this last year as well. And one of the reasons that we talked about is we needed to push through these tax increases was so we can increase teacher salaries. And we did that a little bit last year, but when I look at the budget going forward here, I don't really see a lot of increases there. And I think it's important to realize the compounding effect of these tax increases. So $83 million sounds like a lot, and it really is, but that's on top of the $72 million last year. So if you compare what we're doing or looking at doing now versus 2 years ago, that's a compounded tax increase of $156 million. So we're going to collect that much more than we did just 2 years ago. And then next year, we're going to look at the same thing. And it's going to be more than 83 million. So we have to be careful when we're looking at these tax increases that we just don't look at a year-to-year basis, which is high, but the compounding effect as well. If you really look at that $156 million over the 2 years, that's about $161 per person if you took all the people in Pinellas County. But I know in my house, my kids don't actually pay any of the taxes. I have to pay them. So if you're a family of 4, that's $642 per person. Now, not every household is going to pay that on their property taxes, right? Because, some people rent and they don't have a tax bill that's due at the end of the year. But rest assured, you're going to feel those tax increases somewhere. I mean, if you look at across the rising rents, one of the reasons why is there's a lot of tax increases that are getting pushed through. And it's not just here at the school board, the local municipalities are doing it. And the problem, though, is with the school board, as you know, that much less of the school board tax revenue, it's less protected by the by your Save Our Homes cap, much smaller amount. So bottom line, we need to rein in the tax increase, 83 million, too high. I'd really like to see a more detailed how that's being
Mark Lutho Largo. This is not televised. Shouldn't this be televised? Don't see anything on the screens. Well, the way I see it, it's money squandered. The value of the property goes up regardless of what the millage is. So everybody pays more. And you're talking about this big sum here of $202 million for capital outlay. Well, you have that millage rate going to boondoggle after boondoggle. As I've said so many times before, it's science ignored. What would the rate be if you didn't ignore the science? It's a doggone shame. More to come with the budget.
Are there any further public speakers?
Madam Chair, there are no more speakers.
Thank you. May I have a motion and a second for the approval of the tentative discretionary local effort millage? I have a motion and a second. I need a motion and a second. No, after.
I move the board approve the levying.
Microphone.
I move the board approve the levying of a tentative discretionary local effort millage of .748 mils as part of the total millage to be certified to the property appraiser of Florida Department of Revenue.
Second.
We have a second by Ms. Cook. Did we have a motion by Mrs. Peters? All right. We have a motion by Ms. Peters and a second by Ms. Cook. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I have a motion and a second to approve the levying of a tentative discretionary local effort millage of 0.748 mils as part of the total millage to be certified to the property appraiser and Florida Department of Revenue. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It passes unanimously, 7-0. And Mrs. Hine, would you read the item 5.2, adoption of the tentative total millage rates?
I move that the board adopt a tentative millage rate of 5.938 mils to be set and certified to the property appraiser and to the Florida Department of Revenue. The millage rates are as follows. For required local effort, 3.190 mils. For discretionary local effort, 0.748 mils. For local referendum, 0.500 mils. For capital outlay, 1.500 mils. Tentative total millage, 5.938 mils. This rate is 10.87 percent greater than the rollback rate.
Second.
A second by Ms. Cook. Is there any discussion on the board? None. I have a motion and a second to adopt a tentative millage rate of 5.938 mils to be set and certified to the property appraiser and to the Florida Department of Revenue. The millage rates are as follows. For required local effort, 3.190 mils. For discretionary local effort, 0.748 mils. For local referendum, 0.500 mils. For capital outlay, 1.500 mils. For a total millage of 5.938 mils. This rate is 10.87% higher than the rolled back rate. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. It passes unanimously, 7-0. And will you please proceed with the budget presentation?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
This portion of the presentation covers the district's tentative budget for 2023-24. The budget calendar is ongoing throughout the year. During the course of the year, budget updates are provided at board workshops, and monitoring is performed through budget analyses and forecasts. In the spring, we typically get a better idea of what the legislative budget is providing for us, whether we can expect an increase or decrease of state funds. Budget steering committee meetings are held during this time frame, primarily for capital outlay requests. In July and September, we hold 2 public hearings regarding the budget and millage. Tonight is the first of those hearings. As you heard earlier, the second hearing will be held September 12th. Certain parameters guide the building of the budget. We strive to and have been able to retain a 63-37 ratio. This means at least 63% of all expenses are for direct instruction or in the classroom, and 37% are related to other areas such as instructional support, plan operations, and administration. In short, at least 2/3 of all funding goes toward expenditures in the classroom. We are required by statute to maintain a minimum 3% contingency, while district policy states we are to maintain a minimum 5% contingency. This budget maintains our compliance with district policy. We also budget so as to support our core curriculum and strategic directions. The majority of our budget is in our general fund. This year, it is proposed to be approximately $1 billion. The second largest funding source is capital outlay at $358 million. The district's self-insured health fund is anticipated to be approximately $175 million and represents the district's 3rd largest fund. The total proposed budget for all funds this year is approximately $1.7 billion. Looking at the budget summary for all revenue sources, you see that about 61% of the total budget comes from the general fund. Capital outlay accounts for approximately 21%. The combined total of these 2 funds comprises nearly 83% of our entire budget. The new year brings several legislative changes. The base student allocation, or BSA, increased to $5,139.73. This is an increase of $552.33, or 12% over last year's BSA. Absent the collapse of certain categoricals, the comparable year-over-year increase to the BSA would be equivalent to $112.62. Statewide, funding increased by $2.3 billion, or $75 million to Pinellas, which includes funding related to family empowerment scholarships. Changes in the Florida retirement system contribution rate are projected to increase district expenditures by $9 million. The teacher salary increase allocation was increased $253 million, or $33.8 million to Pinellas. A $40 million statewide increase has been appropriated for safe schools. The increase to Pinellas is $432,000. A state-funded discretionary supplement of $436 million has been obligated to mitigate the impact of family empowerment scholarships on districts' funding. This is a non-recurring funding source. Total operating fund resources are anticipated to be approximately $1 billion. Of that, about $621 million comes from local sources, which includes the half-mil referendum. $287 million comes from state sources. The Florida Education Finance Program, or FEFP, is the general fund's primary funding source. The FEFP funding formula utilizes a combination of state and local resources to fund education. Looking at the operating revenue budget graphically, you'll note that local sources represent about 60% of the total operating budget, and state sources account for approximately 28%. The remaining 12% comes from transfers and fund balance. The operating budget is used to fund the day-to-day operating expenditures of the district. It pays for salaries and benefits, supplies and materials, textbooks, student transportation, utilities, maintenance, and repairs. Viewing the distribution of our operating budget by object, there's little change from previous years. About 58% of our budget is spent on salaries and 23% on benefits. In total, 81% of our operating budget goes towards staffing. Capital outlay funds include revenue from both state and local sources. This fund reflects the revenue and expenditures for construction and renovation of school buildings and grounds. The majority of these funds are generated by the local capital improvement millage, which is set by law and limited to 1.5 mils. These funds may not be used for operating purposes. Rather, they may only be used for capital outlay purposes as advertised. PICO funds are not expected this year for traditional public schools. Additional funds have been provided through Certificate of Participation, or COPS bonds. The lease purchase financing of capital improvements through the issuance of COPS bonds is a technique frequently utilized by Florida school districts to finance school facilities. An updated capital outlay plan and facilities work program will be brought to the board at the September 12th board meeting. Changes will include the addition of the 2027-28 year. Our proposed capital outlay budget is approximately $358 million. The budget reflects $212 million in new revenue and $244 million in proposed appropriations. The special revenue budget is comprised of two major categories of federal funds: contracted programs and food service. The total contracted programs budget is approximately $20 million. This budget starts the year off low and builds as the year goes on, as we don't recognize the revenue until it is available. Included in this category are the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Act, and American Rescue Plan grants. These grants are also referred to as CARES, ESSER, and ARP. It is important to note these grants are limited, non-recurring revenue sources. Food service is a self-sustaining fund as it receives no financial support from the operating fund. Federal reimbursements and local collections are the primary revenue sources. The proposed food service budget is approximately $67 million. The debt service fund is used to account for the payment of general long-term debt, principal, and interest. This $8.5 million budget represents the debt service for COPS bonds issued by the district in 2017 and 2021. The proposed self-insured workers' compensation and liability budget of $5.8 million accounts for the premium revenue and expenditures associated with the district's self-insured workers' compensation and liability insurance program. The self-insured health fund accounts for the district's premium revenue and claim expenditures with a budget of approximately $175 million. The proposed budget and all supporting documents are on file in the Office of Budget and Resource Allocation. This information can also be found online. At this point, I'll turn the meeting back to the board chair to allow for public comment and the motions necessary to adopt the tentative budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Christie, are there any public speakers for agenda item 6?
I believe, Madam Chair, that we have 2 speakers. Mr. Ochiff, do you want to speak to item 6? Okay, we have 1 speaker, Mark Clutho.
Mark Luther, Largo. School Board, $3,258,000. Lot of money there. General Administration, $3,900,000. Yeah, a lot of money. And then School Administration. Look at this. Was it 64 million? Yeah, when my wife was teaching, she used to say, just let us teachers teach. All that money going to administrators. What a waste. Facilities acquisition and construction, $200 million. There's the big problem. Operation of plan, $102,787,000. Maintenance plant, $23,488,000. So with that money going to your buildings, again, you have that cause and effect. The headline reads, will the world we live in today still be habitable tomorrow? Not with the way you're going. The headline reads, this June is hottest on record since 1850. And this from Friday, July 7th. Tuesday was the Earth's hottest day ever. And of course, July has surpassed June as the hottest month ever. Now, that 200 million, that's more money that's going in the wrong direction. That's going to cause this problem. The headline reading here, a grim climate pattern to get worse. Because you're ignoring science. As I've stated before, look at that new building up there at the Clearwater High School campus. And of course, you just celebrated today that St. Pete High School. And what did Amory Lovin say? If it's not efficient, it's not beautiful. How profound. You know, all that money that went into the renovation down there, it could have been something efficient. But see, this money here, I know where it'll be going. Into more of the same. You just won't get on the right track. Shame.
Ms. Christie, are there any additional speakers for item 6?
There are no more speakers.
Thank you. Ms. Long, will you read item 6.1, the adoption of the tentative budget for 2023-2024?
I move that the board approve the tentative 2023-24 budget as presented.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Peters. Any board discussion? Ms. Hine?
I just wanted to take the opportunity to acknowledge that $1.7 billion is significant. It is a significant amount of money, and it's our money. It is taxpayer dollars that are sent in to support the operation of these schools, and everybody up here takes every one of those dollars very seriously, and I know a lot of people in our community do as well. Things are expensive right now. We all feel it. Insurance, cars, everything. And so every dollar in here, and when it comes to the millage, when it comes to the budget, is important. And so if anybody has ideas, this is all wide open. And you can look at every dollar and how it's spent. You can look at salaries. You can look at materials. You can look at the cost of paper. You can look at the cost of anything that you want to in this budget. And I certainly invite you to. And if you can find anything or make any suggestions where we can make reductions, I would love to hear those. And I'm sure that my colleagues would as well. But I just wanted to acknowledge it is a significant amount of money, and it's something that we take very seriously. And Mr. Smith, in your office, thank you for the amount of work that you do in putting this together, and the amount of time you spend, the time that we spend in our workshops, and the amount of information that you give us when we also meet one-on-one with you and ask our wide variety of questions on it. So I just want to say I really appreciate it and just acknowledge that it is significant, and it certainly deserves any amount of public input.
That I have a motion by Ms. Long and a second by Ms. Peters to adopt the tentative 2023-2024 budget as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I hear none. It passes unanimously, 7-0. Next, Ms. Edmond, will you please read item 6.2, establishing the date, time, and place of the second public hearing?
I move that the second public hearing on the 2023-24 district budget be held on September 12, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. in the conference hall of the School Administration Building, 301 4th Street, Southwest, Largo, Florida.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Second. I have a second by Mrs. Hine. Any discussion from the board on the date, time, and place? Seeing none, I have a motion by Ms. Edmond and a second by Ms. Hine to establish the date, time, and place of the second public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I hear none. It passes unanimously, 7-0. And finally, Mrs. Myers, will you please read item 6.3 to authorize the submittal of the certification of school taxable value?
I move that the board authorize the superintendent to advise the property appraiser of the millage rates, including the required rollback rates, approved at the first public hearing held on August 1st, 2023.
Thank you very much. Do we have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Edmond. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I have a motion by Ms. Meyer and a second by Ms. Edmond to authorize the submittal of the certification of the school taxable value. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There's none. It passes unanimously, 7-0. There being no additional business regarding the tentative 2023-2024 budget, I adjourn this public hearing of the school board budget.
It's done.
With the adjournment of our public hearing on the budget, we are now going to resume our regularly scheduled board meeting. And although we have adjourned the meeting, we will now move to the public comment of the general business of the district. Please note that the views and comments of the public speakers are their own and not endorsed nor sponsored by the school board or district. We cannot ensure the accuracy of the statements made, but will review concerns that are raised to take appropriate action, which may include clarifications or the referral of speakers to the proper staff member for assistance. The board is committed to a standard of civility and decorum in conducting our meetings. This includes refraining from clapping or making audible noises during or after a speaker's comments. in respect to their time. We appreciate you assisting us in maintaining a civil and constructive environment. Additionally, please note that although board members or Superintendent Hendrick may leave the dais briefly, there are speakers in our back room, and we are able to continue to hear your comments. Thank you very much. Ms. Christie, would you please introduce our speakers?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have a total tonight of 43 speakers, and the first two are David Happy and Laura McAuliffe.
Yes, Mr. Happy?
We have minors that are in the room. Do we want the minors to be able to sit through this material?
People can attend the public meeting if they wish.
I am a teacher ally. The president of the union and I disagree on 99 things, but the one thing we agree on is give the teachers the money. You're raising our taxes quite a bit. Pay the teachers. You're paying the teachers a disproportionate percentage of that increase. Miss Long, that was kind of weird. We don't co-parent with you. My child is going to your school to learn fundamentals. She will never be yours. Please don't make that mistake again. To the late arriving person that was out in the parking lot taking pictures of people's license plates and their kids, law enforcement's aware, the security is aware that's here, and none of these people are going to be intimidated by that. We're going to talk about some material that I would not prefer my child to hear, but Miss Hine and Miss Kane and Miss Edmond and Miss Long and Miss Cook think it's appropriate for Pinellas County Schools. So if you have a minor in the room, I'm going to be reading from some material that is in Azalea Elementary School, Jamerson Elementary School, Leelman Innovative starting at 5th grade, Tarpon Springs Middle, Tyrone, Thorogood Marshall, Fitzgerald Middle Schools. This is material that 5 of our board members think is appropriate to be in our schools. It's a book called The Freedom Rider's Diary. It's written by Erin Grinnell. And I quote from the material. I don't agree with the material. One of my disgruntled neighbors had the audacity to say, if you love black people so much, why don't you marry a monkey? Most of these, and I won't use, out of respect for several, I won't use one of the derogatory terms that is throughout this book, The Freedom Rider's Diary. Sarah's boyfriend is a senior, and all of the members know the kind of things that senior men did with freshman girls. This is in our elementary schools. You're going to have to explain to me which one of the 5th graders at Leelman Innovation you think should be reading this material about craving orange juice with a hint of vodka, about cocaine use, about we don't read black literature in this class because all it has is sex, fornication, drugs, and cussing in it. This is what we're giving our elementary kids? What is that? Who's touching me? Whatever it was, I didn't like it. It was Uncle Joe. What was he doing to me? And it goes on to say, Uncle Joe wasn't being rough with me, which made it hard for me to decide whether or not what he was doing to me was wrong. There's a teacher's guide, so maybe the teachers can use the teacher's guide to explain that. As his penis twirled in my mouth, thoughts of the popcorn he promised me ran through my mind. How was I so lucky?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Kendrick, and staff. Good evening. My name is Laura McCullough. I live in Pinellas County, and my 3 children attended public school here. I now have grandchildren and have a great interest in the education system. And Mr. Hendrick, your comments about the book banning and the book and people choosing, I think that's a perfect solution, that people can choose what their children do or don't read. I know that my mom pulled some books out of my hand when I was growing up, and we had a chance to discuss it. What do you think about this? And I got my mother's input in that. Ms. Edmond, I think your point was very well taken. I don't think that we have done enough for the African American community. I don't think we even have a right, white person does not have a right to say what African American people should or shouldn't be taught about their history. I would like to address the removal of books from our classroom. I believe that some people who are behind the removal of books love their children. I believe they want to shelter their children from some of the world's ugliness by removing books that mention, for instance, rape, incest, and murder. I mentioned in this room before that I am an ER nurse, and we once had a young girl come in who was around 13 years old, and she did not know until she read a book by Maya Angelou that adults are not supposed to have sex with children. She was told that was perfectly normal. And it wasn't until she read that book that is now banned that she learned something different and was able to change her life. Books can expand minds, give light to experiences, and give hope to others by identifying events in our lives. Please don't dumb down young minds by banning books. I watched as everyone in this room stood for the Pledge of Allegiance. The final words of the pledge are liberty and justice for all. Do you mean that, or are they just words to you? Some say they are fighting for liberty, but yet they're working diligently to ban liberty for other people. Everyone has a right to decide what their children can or cannot read, but no one has a right to decide what other people's children can and cannot read. Never in the history of the world has banning books turned out well. I fear for the children of our state. Please ensure freedom for all, keep the First Amendment of free speech intact, and please stop banning books. Thank you.
The next two speakers are Amanda C. and Angela Dubois.
Is it okay if I go first?
Good evening. I'm actually not surprised that some of you don't know these books are in our schools and available to minors. And what is ironic is 2 years ago, I emailed you a detailed list of a lot of these books and you did nothing. Now, however, you have no excuse and you're going to react to what you've heard today. What I'd like to see instead of reacting is be more proactive and prevent these from even coming in, or at least making sure they are not available to minors. For now, we will do what's in place in regards to the policy and officially challenge the books. Last week, I connected the dots as to in the last few years of some of these books may have gotten in. FAME, Florida Association for Media and Education, which we have throughout the state and throughout this county, partners with the American Library Association. And now the now head of the ALA is an avowed Marxist and brags on her social media how she was surprised when they hired a lesbian Marxist. This goes right along with the radical left's communist agenda to take over America. Every red state should part ways with the ALA. My point is just like Avid, just like Anytown, just like Scholastic, the ALA, he used to be a reputable, excellent source for books, is no longer. Some of it is probably good, but not like it used to be. Just because it was good 20 years ago doesn't mean it is today. There's not 1 ounce of literary value in any of those books. Fortunately, with the new Florida law, media specialists will no longer be able to purchase these books. And the last thing I'd like to say is that the NAEP scores just came out recently, and math scores for public education is at an all-time low ever across the country, as the reading scores are at their lowest since 1981. Many think that I want to abolish public education, and that's not true whatsoever. I grew up in public schools. My parents taught 5th grade for 30 years. I spent a lot of time in their classrooms, and my favorite time of year was helping my mom decorate her classroom when it was time to go back to school. I want to help save public education from failing, and yes, a lot of it starts at home as well. But when I listen to the workshops, etc., I don't hear you talking a lot about this. So that does concern me. I would appreciate it if you could please, please, please get back to the basics. Thank you.
Hello. Board members, Superintendent Hendrick. As a mother and a teacher, after what you're about to hear tonight, I'm really appalled and disgusted. After tonight, I believe that plausible deniability is totally out the window. Today, you're going to hear a mere sample of some of the foul materials that are in our schools. Out of all the materials that we found so far, a total of 886 copies and counting in Pinellas County Schools. Not just a little bit of content, abhorrent content, graphic sex, rape, incest, fetish, bestiality. The current process that is being used to purchase these materials with our tax dollars needs to change today. We did not elect media specialists or committees. We elected you. The buck stops with you as far as I'm concerned. Stephanie Meyer and Don Peters, I know, take their charge of protecting our kids seriously. They put forth a partial solution to make sure that these disgusting materials are removed by the board's vote, and all of you voted against them on that. The fact that you voted against the opportunity to remove obscene materials, to me, is indefensible. We have come to the conclusion that every constituent needs to know that you did this. Do you know how many doors that this group of people here knocked the past election? We will be knocking doors again for the next year with several campaigns. We will use the full measure of our resources, which is much greater than it was last time, to make sure that the whole country sees today's videos and knows what you guys have allowed. In addition, we will physically show people the materials that have been allowed and saying your name specifically, with a reminder never to let you serve the community again in any capacity. If you have any doubts how easily this can be achieved, just look at the last election. We had the most widely distributed digital voter guide in Pinellas County. Many of us that did campaign for several candidates also campaigned against several others. We held off campaigning against other conservatives on this board, hoping that they would have the courage to do the right thing. Honestly, hell, I don't know why it would take courage to want to remove filthy pornography from the eyes of children. But you proved to be cowards. For the record, every candidate we campaigned for won, and every one we campaigned against did not. If you have any doubts how hard I personally will campaign against someone who harms children or this community, ask all the elected officials in this room and the people that are behind me. This time, it will be the case again, but by bigger margins. Am I out of time? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
The next two speakers are Cynthia Ricord and Caitlin New.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia Ricord. I live in Pinellas County, in Pinellas Park, and I've worked in exceptional student education here in Pinellas County Schools for 34 years. I've had 2 children go through Pinellas County Schools, and now my grandson is going through Pinellas County Schools. I love my school district and have been honored to make my career here. And I'm going to try really hard not to cry, but I don't know if I'm going to make it. This is my first time attending a school board meeting in the 34 years of my employment with Pinellas County Schools. I feel like I should be addressing what's being said here, but I know that it applies, so I'm going to continue with what I had planned on saying tonight. I came tonight to address what I believe was a violation of our core values here in Pinellas County Schools, and I'm sad to say that. 2 days before the end of last school year, all of the instructional staff developers were notified that we would most likely be put back in the classroom in August to cover what was at that point 314 open teaching positions. I am not here to say that it wasn't needed, because I know it was. However, I'm here to say that the way we were treated during this process did not model our core values here in Pinellas County of respect and integrity. Although both Gen Ed and ESE ISDs were told they would be moving, the Gen Ed ISDs were told one day, and the ESE ISDs told the next. This led to 24 hours of rumors and undue stress on the ESE staff. No one had answers about the move. A call to human resources had them telling us they had no idea anything about what we were talking about. Weeks went by with no clarification. I don't know that there's clarification now, although people that bailed, and people that waited. I don't even know that anyone has sat down and talked to us about what is really the deal. We deserved more respect than that. We should have all been told together, and it should have been explained to us, and we would have supported you no matter what, because we love our schools and we love our district.
Mr. Hendricks, that was slick how you passed the buck to parents to abscond yourself and the rest of the board from responsibility of the explicit graphic materials that are about to be read tonight. Mrs. Hine, I'd like to ask you if you'd permit me to volunteer in your 9 and 12-year-old's classroom and read the material I'm about to read to this room. I'd like to thank Mrs. Kane for hosting the North Pinellas Republican Club and myself in your home recently. While I was there, I had the pleasure of interacting with your children. They were delightful, wholesome, and pure. So I pose to you, would you allow me to read Perfect by Ellen Hopkins, which is found in the following schools: Clearwater High, Bayside High, Boca Ciega High, Eastlake High, Hollins High, Northeast High, and it's been lost in Oak Grove Middle School and Pinellas Secondary. She tastes of soap and salt, a knockout combination. It makes me high. It makes me thirsty. It makes me hungry for even more. This could easily become an addiction. I prove it with my mouth, my fingers, my tongue. This is her first time, so I want her to be ready, and I think she has to be. I don't want to hurt you, I tell her. The need to make this all real. I lift myself over her, working forearms, biceps. She closes her eyes and moans as I move into place right up against her sweet spot. Pause at the resistance. I need you, I say, before kissing her, before going all the way with her. One push, and we will be joined in the most amazing way. Connected with love. Now, I have to have her now, but just as I test the barrier, everything screaming yes, go, she opens her eyes, and out of her mouth comes a single word. No. I heard her wrong. I know I did, and even if I didn't, I know she means now, not no, and I go ahead and push. Hard. Oh, and her eyes pop wide and she screams, stop, I said no, stop, goddammit, and her little fists try to pound against my chest, which only feels good, and I can't stop, even if I wanted to, and so I don't, so I won't, and she starts to cry, and I don't understand, so I tell her over and over again, I love you, I love you, I love you, rhythmic, in perfect time with my body's rhythmic beat, I love you, I love you. There's a strange buzzing in my ears. With a final thrust, there's a brilliant flash, and the emptying is syncopated. My head clears as the mist slowly lifts, and I see, what have I done? Kara alive, stiff as old toast, tears glossed, eyes staring up at me. I told you no, she whispers. Why? Fuck. What the hell just happened? You wanted this. You told me, in fact, you practically raped me. She sobs, and her entire body shakes with the force of it. No, you raped me. Her voice slices, tempered steel. I told you to stop. DNA evidence soaked into Chad's lumpy sofa and sticky red ropes, but I didn't rape you. Kara, we both wanted this. I love you so much. Please don't say I raped you. I've waited for this for months and months until I was sure you were ready, and I was more than sure tonight. Cable TV moans. Both of us held this little episode went down. I knocked toward the noise. You even liked
The next two are Alexi Fale and Gina Casa.
My time's going. I haven't started. So if you guys could give me back my time, please.
You gave Homeland like an extra minute.
Yep. Yeah.
Thank you.
Restart.
I want to first direct my comment to Ms. Long when you first said that the teachers, this is their children. The children do not belong to them. It's their students. I just want to make sure you understand that again and make that clear. To Ms. Cook, again, you said parents should talk to their students. They are not our students. They are our children. They belong to us as parents. They are given to you for a certain time period of day as your students, and that is it. I'm going to go ahead and read an excerpt from a book that is in 5 high schools. It is called Rant by Chuck Palahniuk. So any children in here, I recommend you do leave. He used to wedge his face between my legs and slip his tongue into me. He'd come up on his elbows, smacking his lips, his chin dripping. He licked his lip and rolled his eyes. Rant would snort and gobble, then come up with his eyes shining. From just the smell and taste of me, he nailed my whole day. Tea, whole wheat toast without butter, plain yogurt, blueberries, and tepid sandwich, 1 avocado, a glass of orange juice, and beet salad. I called him the pussy psychic. That's page 88. Page 89. Most guys are keeping score with every lap of their tongue. Every time they come up for air, they're clocking your pleasure. And lick for lick, you know this had better balance out with the pleasure you give them back. So lick after lick, you know you can never relax and get off. Not when you know that meter is always running. Every lick an investment in getting licked back. Every guy who hates bookkeeping and doing their taxes, guys who could only shrug if you could ask their savings account or credit card balance, they'd compute the exact number of laps their tongues done around your snatch. And the payback they have coming, the sexual equivalent of clock watchers or bean counters. This every guy except Rant Casey, he'd stick his tongue into you and years could pass. One time, face planted between my legs, Rant surfaced for air, picked a public hair off his tongue and said, "What happened today?" Something bad happened? I told him to forget it. He licked me and rolled his eyes, licked again and said, "A parking ticket? No, something worse." Rant licked me again, only slower, dragging his tongue through me back to front, his breath hot, and he looked up staring until I looked down at him, met his green eyes like he could find out anything with his nose. And from the taste of you, and between orgasms, I started to cry. Page 280. I didn't want to, but he worked my zipper down and slipped his cold thumb inside all those panties inside me. I peed. All hot, creeping through my jeans and underwear, the hot wicking up the yarn of my sweater, the rest of me ice cold. In the dirt, in my Christmas sweater, with this man crushing the air out of me, calling me the mother of the future. I couldn't picture how this would get any worse. I remembered him turning his hand in front of my face, his fingers wet and streaming in the cold, and me saying, "I'm sorry," I said. "We're safe." His wet fingers inside me.
I can't believe we even have to be here and discuss any of this. Yes, we have seen the catalog literature, and no matter how you spin it, it's all completely disgusting. I would like to thank Mrs. Peters and Mrs. Myers. Thank you so much for speaking out to protect the innocence of our children. As for the rest of the board members, what would you do if I personally presented any of this filth to your child at a public playground? I'll be reading Identical by Ellen Hopkins, which is in 15 schools, high schools, and 2 middle schools. Someone had closed the curtain. Kaylee was scared. I tried to tell her not to worry, but just then, Daddy burst through the door. I closed my eyes tight, made myself no more than a shadow. Something about him was different. I didn't want that something to find me. I cracked my eyes just a slit as he sat on Kaylee's bed, pulling her into his lap. He smelled of brute and wild turkey, his peculiar potpourri. "I love you so much, my little flower. Daddy needs something from my girl, my sweet Rose. Will you give it to me?" I wanted to be his little flower. Would have even given Daddy anything. What did he want from Kaylee? She laid her head on his chest. "What?" "I want you to see something that proves how much I love you. This is only for you, Kaylee girl." He lifted her gently, sat her down on the bed beside him. Then he opened the snaps on the fly of his flannel pajamas. It stood up stiff, like a stalagmite. "See how much Daddy loves you? Show me you love me too. Touch it." He closed her hand around it. "I know it sounds bad, but I wanted to touch it too. I didn't know what it meant, only that it made Daddy happy. I wanted to make him happy too. That's right. That's right." His voice rocked in rhythm with his body. "Oh yes, my Kaylee loves me, my little flower." When Daddy finished, he burrowed his face into Kaylee's hair and wept, confused at his tears and at the sticky stuff icing her hands. Still, Kaylee pleaded, "Don't cry, Daddy. What's the matter? Didn't I love you good enough?" "Yes, you loved me good enough. So very good. But it's our secret, okay? Because if anyone knew how much you loved me, they'd be jealous." Now Kaylee was really confused. "Can I tell Mama our secret?" "No, especially not Mama. She'd get mad because she doesn't love me like you do. She might even go away. You don't want that, do you?" She thought it over again and again, but she finally agreed. "I won't tell Daddy." Pulled her against him. "Good. That's very good. It's okay to have secrets between Daddy and his girl. Just remember, no one likes a tattletale, especially not Daddy." You guys are all sick.
The next two are Lisa Refeskel and Olivia Carson.
I shouldn't even be here tonight. My name's Lisa Riefesel, and I'm a grandmother. I've raised 4 children. I have 2 grandbabies, and I would never, ever want to expose any of them to this garbage. Thank you so much, Ms. Peters and Ms. Myers, for standing strong with us here. And for the rest of you, I can't even imagine what you've already heard tonight. If that's not enough, I'm speechless. I'm going to be reading tonight from a book called Call Me By Your Name by Andre Ackerman. And this book is found in 3 of our schools. It's available at Bayside High. It's lost at Pinellas Technical College, Clearwater, and it's been lost from Tarpon Springs High. I saw one of them enter my room and reach for the fruit, and with the fruit in hand, come to my bed and bring it to my hard cock. I know you're not sleeping, they'd say, and gently press the soft, overripe peach on my cock till I'd pierce the fruit along the crease that reminded me so much of Oliver's ass. The idea seized me and would not let go. I got up and reached for one of the peaches, opened it halfway with my thumbs, pushed the pit out on my desk, and gently brought the fuzzy, blush-colored peach to my groin, and then began to press into it until the parted fruit slid down my cock. The fruit was leaking all over my cock. If Oliver walked in on me now, I'd let him suck me as he had this morning. If Marzia came, I'd let her help me finish the job. The peach was soft and firm, and when I finally succeeded in tearing it apart with my cock, I saw that its reddened core reminded me not just of an anus, but of a vagina, so that holding each half in either hand firmly against my cock, I began to rub myself, thinking of no one and of everyone, including the poor peach, which had no idea what was being done to it except that it had to play along and probably in the end took some pleasure in the act. Until I thought I heard it say to me, "Fuck me, Ilio, fuck me harder," and after the moment, "Harder," I said, while I scanned my mind for images from Ovid. Wasn't there a character who had turned into a peach? And if there wasn't, couldn't I make one up on the spot? Say, an ill-fated young man and young girl who in their peachy beauty had spurned into envious deity, who had turned them into a peach tree, and only now, after 3,000 years, were being given what had been so unjustly taken away from them, as they murmured, "I'll die when you're done, and you mustn't be done, must never be done." The story so aroused me that practically without warning, the orgasm.
Good evening, members of the board, staff, and Superintendent Hendrick. Other than Ms. Meyer and Ms. Peters, who show obvious disgust as this material is read, the rest of you sit up there unfazed, which makes me sick. My name is Olivia Carson. I'm a lifer and graduate from Pinellas County Schools. I attended Shorecrest Prep, Windsor Prep, Northeast High School, and graduated from St. Petersburg Collegiate High School with distinct honors. That being said, I never thought at 20 years old I'd have to stand before members of the school district I thought so highly of and demand that pornographic books be removed from the media centers, especially from a school of which I attended. That, mind you, is full of minors with curious minds. But yet here I am, because my 15-year-old brother is about to start Northeast High School as a freshman next week, and I would be doing him, his friends, and the rest of the minor students in Pinellas County a disservice if I didn't speak up. I would like to provide a disclaimer for any minor age students watching or in the audience. You might want to leave the room before I read this content. I value protecting the innocence of the children in this room. That's why I provide this disclaimer. Let me enlighten you of an example from a book called Lovely Bones, where a teenage girl is brutally raped and murdered and narrates the story with vividly descriptive text. Here is a direct excerpt. "Please," I said. "Don't," I said. "Sometimes I combine them. Please don't," or "don't please." It was like insisting that a key works when it doesn't, or yelling, "I've got it, I've got it, I've got it," as the softball goes soaring over the head of those in the stands. Please don't, but he grew tired of hearing me plead. He reached into the pocket of my parka, balled up the hat my mother had made me, smashed it into my mouth. The only sound I made after that was weak tinkling of bells as he kissed his wet lips down my face and neck and then began to shove his hands up under my shirt. I wept. I began to leave my body. I began to inhabit the air and the silence. I wept and struggled so I would not feel. He ripped open my pants, not having found the invisible zipper my mother had artfully sewn into their side. Big white panties, he said. Started working himself all over me. He was inside of me. He was grunting. I'm going to stop there. If you don't have a pit in your stomach the size of a softball, accompanied by a nauseating feeling, then you just stand up and put in your resignation immediately. Because clearly you don't have the students' best interest at heart. This book is available in several high schools, including Northeast High, which I hope was not the case when you were the principal there, Superintendent Hendrick, and in 7 middle schools. Yes, I said middle. This is abhorrent. Pinellas County students deserve better. Do your job, follow the law, and remove these books. Thank you.
The next 2 speakers are Donald Bithell and Ann Hartley.
Madam Chair, school board members, Mr. Hendrick and staff, my name is Ann Hartley. I'm relatively new to St. Petersburg. I'm the mom of a Florida public high school graduate, and also I taught environmental science and civic engagement at Florida Gulf Coast University for many years. Florida educators prepared my daughter and my students extremely well in my experience, and I have high praise for public educators. I'm a strong supporter of public education. I'm just very grateful for your willingness to serve and your good leadership in this really wonderful district. My daughter took advantage of the dual enrollment program in high school, so she had 2 years of college coursework done by the time she went to college, and she just graduated from college, thankfully. And many more students do college-level work nowadays than they used to when I was in school. So many Florida students read above the grade level. Moving books from elementary to middle school and from middle school to high school or out of schools altogether means that many books are inaccessible to advanced readers. I think that parents should be making these decisions for their own children. And having access to good literature promotes great readers, which is what we all want. So I had a lot of concerns about censorship and other issues, the standards, but I feel like the board and Superintendent Hendrick addressed them, so I'm not going to speak to them further. Give parents more control over their kids' readings if they need it, if they want it. I had a great experience in Collier County helping to select science instructional materials, and I'm going to apply to review science and maybe the social science materials in Pinellas, and I'd like to encourage also community members to volunteer in any capacity in the public schools. So I'll keep watching school board meetings at home and here when I can be here, and please keep doing what you're already doing clearly very well. Thank you for your professionalism and for your dedication.
I shall forego salutations and proceed directly to the matter at hand. The excerpt that I am about to read is from a book entitled Red Hook by Elena K. Arnold. It is available in the following high schools in Pinellas County: Boca Sierra, Ciega, Countryside, Dunedin, Northeast, Palm Harbor University High School, and Seminole High School, the district I live in. It reads as follows: his kisses tracing a path down your neck, his hands pulling low the sweetheart neckline of your dress, his nose brushing your right nipple, and then a moment later his lips capturing it, his tongue circling, his teeth skimming and biting, not hard enough to make your legs quiver. I, as a man of God, cannot recite any more of this trash and wish to apologize to those of you that found this offensive for having to hear it. I cannot fathom how you, Carol Cook, Laura Hine, Eileen Long, Lisa Kane, Caprice Edmond, Superintendent Kevin Hedrick, and Chief Williams and the unelected media specialists you employ are able to, in anything that resembles a good conscience, allow this type of material to be presented to our children. You should be ashamed of yourselves. I further wish to point out that all of you are now on notice by me, Donald Bethel, a U.S. citizen, a Florida resident, a Pinellas County homeowner, and as such, a taxpayer, that you are in violation of the Florida Obscenity Statute, which is codified in Chapter 847 of the Florida State Constitution, Florida State Section 847.100.011, and is titled Prohibition of Certain Acts in Connection with Obscene, Lewd, etc. Materials, and states that any involvement with obscene or lewd materials is illegal. Section 847.001, parentheses 12, defines obscene materials as those that the average person under the current community standards would find as a whole to appear to the prudent interest depict patently offensive sexual conduct, and then taken as a whole lack any serious literary, political, or scientific value. And as such, you are all subject to removal from office and possible arrest and prosecution. I pray that it doesn't have to come to that, and that those of you previously named will come to your senses and work with Stephanie Meyer and Don Peters in removing this filth from our school system. It seems that you, Carol Cook, Laura Hine, and Eileen Long, are reluctant to take a stance on this issue due to the upcoming elections in 2024. And what you should be concerned about is how the voters, like myself and many others in this room, with conservative Christian values that voted in Stephanie Meyer and Don Peters, feel about the current stance you have chosen. In conclusion, I pray that you will do the right thing and reconsider your positions on this matter.
The next two are Barbara Mellon and Brant Robinson.
Hello, my name is Barbara Mellon, and I'm the mom of an incoming third grader in Pinellas County Schools. He's actually here tonight and kind of a little bit bored, but he's in the background. I first wanted to start by thanking our technology team and any other teams involved for supporting my parental rights and making it so easy for me to opt my child into access to the school library with the online forms. It was also very clear that I have the option to opt them out of any access that I don't want them to have. For those listening who haven't done it yet, the form is right in focus. It's required to complete before you can see information related to your child for the school year. And, while I wish it wasn't necessary to opt in, it was so much clearer and easier than last year. And as Ms. Hine mentioned, it was a very, very simple process. It took me less than 30 seconds. Because this has been done, I encourage the school board to follow their own procedures regarding book challenges. Do not remove books unless they clearly violate the laws and have no literary value. So far today, you've already heard readings from books in today's public comment period. It's important to recognize that a short reading from a book does not provide the entire context and show the literary value. I actually compared it with my son. I said, imagine if somebody took just a line of Cat Kid and told you that's what the entire book was about. The look on his face was, that's kind of crazy. These books, though, these short readings should not be used as a reason to remove or to ban from our books from our school libraries. Unlike today's speakers, our children will not just pick up these books, read only that tiny section, and then put the book back. I kind of wonder how many of today's speakers have actually read the entire book that they read an excerpt from. If public comments allowed the time to read and discuss an entire book, as our review committees do, it would be clear why none of these challenged books should be removed. Our media specialists and teachers are experts in their field. They're well trained on choosing appropriate material for students in their classrooms and schools. They should be trusted to do their jobs, and they will have access to know if a parent has exercised their parental rights and opted their child out of a book or access to the library. Please continue to let them do their jobs. We've also heard today that out of 17,000 forms already filled out in Focus, only 52 opted their children out of any media. And I would assume those speakers here today, a significant portion of those parents would be in this room, if those speakers do have children in public schools, and of course, if they're actual children right now, they're not just children maybe 30, 40 years ago. And again, luckily, those parents can opt their children out. As I said last year, no other parent's parental rights should stop or should interfere with my parental rights, and my 8-year-old understands this. Please trust our policies that are in place, our teachers, and our media specialists.
All right. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Hendrick, staff. Thank you guys so much for the opportunity to be here. As you know, my name is Brant Robinson. I'm about to start my 27th year teaching public school here in Florida, 26 proudly at Dunedin High School. I'm here tonight just to ask you a favor, maybe something for strong consideration. I once had the pleasure of teaching with Superintendent Hendrick and Associate Superintendent Herbeck at Dunedin High School. And I can't thank you guys both enough for the foundation that you helped serve as models for me in my career. I'm proud of what I've done for my students. I'm proud of what I've done for their families and our communities. But I think they'd be the first to acknowledge we work hard to build a learning environment where all students are valued and feel safe. But after about 2 or 3 weeks, the start of the year, most of us teachers know which of our students have attendance issues, which of our students have behavior challenges, which of our students might have English languages challenges. But also after 2 or 3 weeks, we also learn which of our colleagues also might be struggling. So what I'd like to ask you guys to consider is to ask, perhaps direct, all principals after the first month of the school year in their first faculty meeting to simply ask their staff, ask their faculty, do an assessment of your faculty to check on them. Because if you do that, you're modeling something called fair process. We're still committed in this district to restorative practice. The fundamental principle at the heart of restorative practice is fair process, and that's just a way of work in which all people are validated. And one of the ways you could do that is simply direct all principals at the end of the first month to check on your teachers. We understand that in this country for the last 15 to 20 years, before the pandemic, sadly, almost half of all public school teachers do not make it to the end of their 5th year. And that's devastating. And think about the investment we have. If we all believe that public schools are the foundation for democracy, what we ought to do is validate that each and every day and every chance we get. So one more time, think about the end of the first month, have all principals in their first faculty meeting ask their faculty, what kind of concerns, what kind of challenges do you have in your classroom? What kind of things do you think are happening on our campus that we can do better? And then use that information to drive the next faculty meeting. And what you're creating on our campuses and in our district is a way of work that we can all be proud of. So again, I want to thank you guys for the opportunity to be here. Everybody have a great start, and y'all be well.
The next two are Alicio Santana and Nancy Velarde.
Good evening. With all this chatter between factions of these ridiculous culture wars, it's too easy to forget the real purpose for the existence of public schools: teaching and learning for all children. Something we've always done exceedingly well, despite the false claims that we're failing. In every state where the public schools are in direct competition with charter and private schools, thanks to vouchers, the public schools always come out ahead. We're not in existence simply to encourage excellent test taking, but we always manage to have the better results, mainly because we teach true facts and helpful skills. We cannot capitulate to the loud but small minority who would have us adjust those facts to suit their narrative, because then we would be guilty of the very act of which they have accused us. We would be indoctrinating, and we don't do that. To teach children of any age that slavery was beneficial to any but the slave owner who enjoyed the fruits of free labor, unwilling labor. To insinuate that slavery was in effect little more than a job training program is not only reprehensible and false, it is indoctrination. Despite the hysterical shouts that classrooms are led by extremist liberals who are bent on creating a following through their students, there has been little evidence of this. If anything, we've seen more incidents of indoctrination by right-leaning educators than those on the left. This would be more of the same. Accurate facts are what we are obligated to teach, and if we do not continue to do so, then we deserve to be shut down. Political bias from either faction is unacceptable in the classroom. In Germany, the Holocaust is mandated to be taught to young children in their public schools. This is arguably the darkest time in Germany's modern history, and they purposefully teach it so that history does not repeat itself. They do not shame or blame the children, but are taking precautions that horrible mistakes made by the government are not forgotten. I believe that America is the greatest country in the world, and we should be able to acknowledge our dark times and take precautions against the repetition. We need to decide if we wish to continue to improve on our greatness or wish to be relegated to the trash heap of those who cannot learn from their mistakes. And that begins with honest public education. Thank you.
Eliseo Santana. The next two speakers are Sarah Peacock and Carol McNamee.
Hi, I'm Sarah Peacock. I grew up in Pinellas County. I'm the product of Pinellas County Public Schools, as are my sister and father and stepdaughter. I just wanted to thank you for your continued work in these difficult times. I wanted to thank the Chairperson Kane and the board for the addition of the mental health funding. I think it's wonderful that we're increasing that. I would request that ongoing transparency and clarity around material removal process and allowing meaningful community input prior to removal. And thank you to Member Edmonds for standing against PragerU. I would encourage you all to also oppose the use of Dave Ramsey's materials in our schools. What else? I would encourage you all to stand against racism with Member Edmonds. I would hope to believe that that's at least one thing that we can all agree on. Even the concept of waiting for trainings, like school starts in 10 days. Those standards are in effect now. Read them and stand in opposition to them now. I know you don't have the power to preempt them, but you have the power to advocate for our students, and you should be doing it now. Don't wait. Concerning the budget and millage rates, I would like to remind the community that we have not made it back to pre-recession spending per student. We are about to lose so much money from universal vouchers. It is all going to flood out of our district. And we already share funding for capital expenditures and SROs and transportation. All of this money is going to people who could afford their tuition regardless. You know, there's 20,000 private school students in this county, and there's no reason to expect them not to be accepting vouchers. There have been 300,000 applications already, 3,000 new applications a week or a month, I'm not sure. And that's only one of the companies that's accepting the vouchers. Like, there is no reason to not take all of the money in taxes possible. If it's $1 per 1,000, it was ridiculous to concede any of that money. I would like to encourage the community and the board to just trust our teachers. They're professionals, no matter how strongly you feel about how you want your child taught. Remember that that is only concerning your child and not the rest of us. And my parting gift is that only sexual predators find graphic depictions of rape to be pornographic. For the rest of us, it's teaching children to recognize being molested and protect them from the purity culture that friends and family, the most likely people to assault them, do to them. That is the teachers. Yeah, perfect. That's all. Thank
I'll wait.
Ms. McNamee, you may proceed, please.
Thank you.
What a night. Can you hear me? I'm going to define liberty, since it's a word that keeps being tossed around like it's known by everybody, but it isn't. That is the state of being free within the society from oppressive restrictions imposed by authority on one's way of life, behavior, and political views. My purpose tonight is to call attention to how our state government is in fact imposing oppressive restrictions on at least one thing, and that is teaching history. A long, long time ago, I was certified to teach social studies. I've been in the classroom, and I have heard and seen little children, a little girl in first grade, who was being abused, sexually abused at home. So if you think that doesn't exist, I don't know where you are. I don't know where you are. So one of the methods that's used is to use half-truths and untruths or lies, for example. We just listened to the new standards about teaching slavery. So I pulled it up. And I looked through all of them, and it says, you know, the one that Mrs. Edmonds pointed to, instruction includes how slaves developed skills, which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit. Are you serious? I didn't see in here a definition of chattel slavery. Does everyone in this room know what that means? It means you are owned by another human being. Owned as property. And you may be ripped away from your family and sold. But remember, you're in an apprentice program, so that's okay. You might come together some other time. So when we want to talk about obscenity, what I'm saying is obscene. All this other stuff, honestly, I mean, they must have had fun getting together to plan this. I'm telling you, obscenity is lying. Obscenity is lying. Trying to teach children that reality isn't what they see it to be. They should be ashamed of themselves. And this idea of we don't co-parent with the government, seriously?
The next two speakers are Renee Chia and Vince Nowicki.
Don't you talk to me. Just go. Get your seat here. No, if you don't want a conflict.
Good evening. So I'm listening tonight, and the conversation, by and large, is how much porn is too much porn? How much crack is too much crack? Maybe Hunter Biden can answer that for us. But I submit any porn in any book is inappropriate for public school. That is utterly ridiculous. Can't we take our money and buy Mrs. Frisbee and the Rats of Nim, Treasure Island? You know, some of my favorite books when I was younger. How about we use those to teach the kids to read instead of porn? What is the point of that? I also listened to the board workshop regarding the policies and instructional and controversial materials. In case any of you missed it, you can listen for yourself. It was the July 18th workshop. It starts around hour 3 and the 40-minute mark, so 3 hours, 40 minutes. There was some good things and some bad things about things that I heard there. I think some of the changes that you're making to those policies are positive ones, and I will email you some of my opinions to that regard. But based on the words and actions of all but 2 board members and reflected in the vote on the issue, the rest of you lack the backbone and the leadership to adopt this policy. With great cowardice, you talked yourselves into the virtues of having Mr. Hendrick being the decision-making body. I'm not opposed to this process, but it was particularly gross to listen to the fear, dodging, and ridiculous excuses being raised by the rest of you. If you don't have the courage for the job, just step down and let someone with it take your place. I support the addition of clarifying statements in the policy to assist the confused public and to make the process crystal clear that any material found to be pornographic based on the definition provided in the criminal code does not need to go through the subjective review process in this policy, but will be removed based on the fact that it's porn, period. Ms. Hine, your comments in the workshop were somewhere between alarming and shameful. You stated that the LMTs, the library media technicians, don't have time to actually read all the materials they select and purchase for the children of the district. Last time I checked, that's their one actual job. So what are they spending their time doing if not reading the material? What are you doing as an oversight body if they're not doing their job to ensure that they are? And Ms. Long and Ms. Cook, your obvious disdain for the public's participation in public matters and for parents' participation in school matters impacting their children is once again utterly contemptible. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Vince Nowicki. I'll be reading an exact excerpt from Me and Earl and the Dying Girl, found in beautiful 11 school libraries. Now, these aren't my views. These are the exact excerpt of the book, and I recommend be compliant with Florida state law that if you're under the age of 18, this material is inappropriate and you should leave the room. Are you going to eat her pussy? Yeah, Earl, I'm going to eat her pussy. He, yeah. Do you even know how to eat pussy? Not really. Papa Gaines never sat you down, said son. One day you're going to have to eat the pussy. No, but he did teach me how to eat a butthole. God bless that man. Yup, I would teach you some pussy eating technique, but it's a little complicated. Son, I don't have time for that. I got like 20 pussies over here that I need to eat. Is that right? I'm on a pussy deadline. You got 20 vaginas all lined up in a row. Oh, what the hell? What the hell? No one's talking about vaginas, Greg. What the hell is wrong with you, man? That's nasty. I'm talking about pussy. I got a little honey mustard over here, a little Heinz 57, and a whole lot of pussy. And then there's some anti-Semitic remarks in the book as well. And so I'm just a little bit confused how we can have this book in 11 public libraries, because under Chapter 847 of Florida Statute Obscenity, 847.0137, transmission of pornography via electronic device. I was told that we've scanned 4 million books electronically, so that would be distributing pornography, and they describe child pornography as any material depicting a minor engaged in sexual content. Well, the book is described as this being a conversation of two best friends that are in high school. So they're not over the age of 18, so they would be minors. So I'm confused on how, from a legal standpoint, there's been a lot of talk about policy, liberty, community support, and comfort, but there's not a lot of talk of what's the law. And I thought this is a government agency that has to respect the law and not delegate its authority to an unappointed elected body or an unelected appointed bureaucrat. So if you don't have the challenge, the fortitude to do your job, to make these decisions, to follow the law, I mean, I think the choice is clear. I respect all of you talking about how you're going to listen and taking these liberties that are important, but if you can't decide on what to do about these books, you guys shouldn't decide on what to do with any issue. The budget, African American studies, what water fountains, what kind of paper we do, so you can make decisions about everything else, but yet you can't make decisions about this. So that's really what I need help understanding. So I encourage all of the board to feel free to email me at vince@vincenowicki.com with your personal opinions of why these books and the books that the other people have read are following the law and are compliant with Florida state law, because I don't believe you are. Thank you for your time, and God bless you all.
The next two speakers are Mark Bloom and Mark Clutho.
Good evening. My name is Mark Blum, and I had some prepared remarks, but after listening to what I heard tonight, I think I just need to speak from the cuff. I think you're on the right track. I think the changes that you're proposing or that you've recently implemented, as I understand it, are going to get parents more involved. I looked at the job description for media specialists, and they're required to have a bachelor's degree, and they're also required to have a school certificate. But they're not required to have experience raising a child. And some of the things that they might not know is that we as parents not only pick the age at which we're going to expose the children to these tough issues of our time, but we also pick sometimes the day, the month, the time of day when we're going to approach them. And by having these, what I consider to be pornographic books in the school libraries, you've sort of taken away our opportunity to be involved. Now, I understand only 50-some out of 17,000 parents have objected. It's great that you have a process. But when I was asked if I knew about all this stuff, I didn't know. When I talk to people about this, they would say, I don't believe that. I can't believe that stuff's in school. So I think what's happened is the people don't know. I think, Ms. Edmonds, you had the guts to stand up here and say something that you passionately believed in, and as a school board member, you wanted to get involved. When I was researching this issue, I saw that Seminole County School Board decided to take on the pornography issue, and that the board members themselves wanted to be responsible, wanted to stand up for what they believed in, own the decisions, and not pass this down to an employee who might not have the perspective, somebody that we couldn't vote for. I really think you're on the right track, but I think you need to do more. I think the books that are in there, I don't know how they got there. You need to look at the whole package. I agree it shouldn't just be an excerpt. You need to look at everything that they've said about slavery, not just the fact that some slaves, got a skill, but the school board needs to be involved. I think these things are too important. And we're in turmoil in this society, and we really need the best that the system has to offer to make these.
Marclutho Largo. Here's the headline. Half of U.S. tap water is at risk. Study finds prevalence of forever chemicals, or as I like to say, forever poisons. So what's the status of the water in your schools? You know about that? What I heard the superintendent say about slavery was just completely absurd. Now, here's an article from the New York Times. It says, De Fuhrer faces criticism over Florida's standards for Black history, a rebuke over lessons that depict a benefit for enslaved people. Yeah, their resume could say they were great at handling whippings, don't mind children stolen, lynchings don't hurt at all, and you can't forget about all the rapes. Yeah, and anything that they learned, maybe how to be a blacksmith, well, that skill was only to benefit the slave owner. And those slave owners, they never expected those people to move on from their enslavement. You have a warped sense of reality. which could also be said for the, ladies for stupidity. Yeah, they're thick here today. Thick here today. Oh, that just kills me. That just hurts so bad. They're just so intelligent. So intelligent. If they worried about the world, and weren't racist bigots, wouldn't it be a better place? Yeah. Do something positive. Yeah, that would make.
The next two speakers are Lee Bryant and Katie Harvey.
Good evening, Chair Kane, members of the board, Superintendent Hendrick, and staff. My name is Lee Bryant. Pronouns are he, him, and his, and I am the president of the Pinellas Classroom Teachers Association. The word liberty keeps being used and misused here and around the U.S. Liberty for thee, and not for me, and not for we, is not liberty nor democracy, it's hypocrisy. Some advice from my fellow educators, especially those new to our beloved profession: do not try to do this on your own. I was in the classroom for 28 years, and I know how difficult and overwhelming it can be. Please know that the PCTA, our staff, our leadership, and the nearly 4,000 members we have are here with you every step of the way. We have your back. One of the rights you have are referred to as the Weingarten rights. Allow me to summarize. Educators, if you're called to a meeting with your supervisor and you're a union member, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, join the union. Remember, if a reasonable person would believe that discipline could result from the meeting, you have the right to representation. Ask, what is the purpose of the meeting? Could discipline result from the meeting? If so, state, I want union representation. State it clearly and as often as it takes. I want union representation. If you have a faculty representative, contact them. If you don't have a faculty representative, ask yourself why, and then contact the PCTA office. Do not be insubordinate. If denied representation, do attend the meeting. Do keep asking for union representation. Do take good notes. Do not sign or agree to anything. Do not make or write statements, and call the PCTA office. All that being said, let's all have a great year.
Mr. Bryant, I'm sorry, I've stopped the clock, so you're not going to lose any of your time, but I've counted now 3 times that you're promoting an outside organization, and the school board has adopted a policy where even the PCTA, the speakers may not promote membership in an outside organization that's not part of the school board. So I would just ask you to refrain from that. Continue to speak about the rights of public employees, but promoting an outside organization violates our policy.
All that being said, let's have a great year. Remember, educators, do not let fear or favor stop you from our #1 responsibility, taking care of our students, to help them become loved, accepted, and complete human beings.
Actually, it's evening by now, isn't it? That's why I'm getting hungry. I'm Katie Harvey. I'll be reading an excerpt from Water for Elephants by Sarah Gruen, available at the following public schools: Oak Grove Middle, Tarpon Springs High, Boca Ciega High, my alma mater, Countryside High School, Dunedin High, Largo High, Northeast High, Palm Harbor Middle, Pinellas Park High, St. Pete High, Tarpon Springs High, Clearwater High, East Lake High. Okay, here we go. The woman is a statuesque redhead with eyelashes too long to be real. Her legs are long, her hips are full, her chest is a stupefaction. She is down to a G-string. The woman stands up, turns her back, and strides to the center of the stage. She passes the shawl between her legs, slowly grinding against it. She spins so she's facing us and continues sliding the shawl back and forth, pulling it so tight the cleft of her vulva shows. Take it off, baby. Take it all off, the crowd's yelling. She caresses herself, lifting and kneading and rolling her nipples between her fingers. She stares lasciviously down at the men, running her tongue across her upper lip. A drum roll begins. She grasps each hardened point firmly between thumb and forefinger and pulls one breast so that its nipple points at the ceiling. Another drum roll begins. She leans forward at the waist, and those glorious tits swing so heavy, so low, a foot long at least, wider and rounded at the ends as though each contains a grapefruit. She rolls her shoulders, first one, then the other, so her breasts move in opposite directions. As the speed increases, they swing in ever-widening circles, lengthening as they gain momentum. Before long, they're meeting in the center with an audible slap. The woman straightens up and then drops into a curtsy. When she stands, she scoops a breast up to her face and slides her tongue around its nipple. Then she slurps it into her mouth. She stands there shamelessly sucking her own tit as the men wave their hats, pump their fists, and scream like animals. She drops, gives the slick nipple a final tweak, and then blows the men a kiss. The men crowd toward the exit, slapping each other on the back, already exchanging members. Did you see those titties? Man, what a rack. What I wouldn't give to play.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time has expired.
The next two speakers are Dawn Smith and Heather Vernillo.
Hi, my name is Heather Vernillo. I am a resident of Palm Harbor. Since February, we have sat number 1 on the waiting list for a district application period. And we got the call last week that my daughter, number 1 on the waiting list, finally was accepted into one of our magnet programs here in Pinellas County. So with that, there's a lot of summer work that she is now a summer behind on that we have a week now to finish. So with the scramble to do this, we went into the library to look for a book in her Lexile level for this AP language class that she's going to be taking. While she was searching, I went thumbing through a lot of the different books. With my training as a psychiatric nurse practitioner, I'm always looking for books that can help someone validate things that are going on in their life. There was a book entitled Magenta that's being marketed to ages 14 to 17. And I thought by the cover and the summary that this would be an in-depth examination of the sometimes clinical complexities of being a transgender child. That this book would bring clarity to a subject of a population of teens that has been invisible. But this was not that kind of book. This book contained vast pedophilia, explicit sexual encounters, rape, derogatory language, suicide glorification, hate, and substance use. Nothing about it was validating for any struggling teen. I put the book down and said, well, you know what, at least it's not in a public school, because this doesn't offer any mental health support to a student. But being curious, I looked it up on Destiny, and guess which school district has multiple copies purchased by librarians? You guessed Pinellas County? You'd be correct. 9 of our schools have this book. Children are sexually abused in this country, and children do get committed to mental health institutions in this country, and there are teens with substance abuse issues in this country. That's not to be debated. But this book is not a valid resource for those children. Media specialists are not mental health counselors to choose this type of book to be available for children. These books are used to normalize the sexualization of children by adults, and taxpayer money should not be used to purchase them. This is not about book banning or taking away the freedom to read. This is removal of access to pornographic, sexualized, inappropriate age material that is of no literary value to our children. There are copies at Bogosiga, Gibbs, Dixie Hollands, Largo, Meadowland, Northeast, Osceola, Seminole, and St. Petersburg. As a parent, taxpayer, and medical professional, I think there's something that needs to be investigated. Instead of buying inappropriate books by librarians, we need to spend money on school psychologists and licensed social workers so that they aren't running between 3 to 6 schools, and pay our student services members a better wage. Access to sexualized books is not mental health care, and librarians are not mental health professionals. And I know there's a lot of people in this room right now who think I'm just some asshole with a casserole, but I can assure you that my casseroles don't have inappropriate sexualized pedophilic grooming material in their ingredients. Thank you.
Don Smith. The next two are Sweet and Carol Robinson.
I do have to say the board is looking better and better with each passing election. I have to say it's a little more cozy in here without being surrounded by the police, so that's pretty nice. And Caprice, I'm so happy that you have the opportunity to bring up, no matter how you look at me, that you have the opportunity to bring up the fact that you don't want PragerU teaching in the school. It's really great that you can bring it up and it can be discussed and then people can vote on it, because at Southern Oak Elementary, Miss Bladevel talks about NPR every day. And I have her on video admitting it because Mr. Kapersky allowed me to videotape it. She said she routinely talks to her children about the things she hears on the radio that day, regardless of whether or not she looks up to see if they actually are based in facts. So I'm great that you have the option to opt out, but talking about liberties that are for you and me, but not for them, because nobody got to opt out of what that teacher was saying, or the death threats, or telling my son that you can't go to mom and dad with new questions because they only have old answers. And as somebody who was raped as a 5-year-old, vaginally, orally, I've never read a book that helped me when I heard about somebody else. It just brought back awful memories and made me feel disgusted. And just like somebody else said, yeah, you guys are looking at us like we're pieces of shit, like really. Like, we're the shit for bringing the porn. Like, how much porn is too much? Where's the line? From somebody who had that happen to them at multiple occasions at 5 and 12 and even as a grown woman, reading things like that didn't comfort me. And as a kid, I knew right from wrong. I guess I was different from other people that needed their teachers to tell them that it was wrong. But your parents doing it, you know, people want to say about how parents should have the choice, but then you want to sit here and say that more parents, that's where the abuse comes from. Is that where we're at? And as far as Black history, you know, as a woman of color, there are a lot of things that have happened to marginalized people, but also not anybody, well, you know what, some people like to be victims. I shouldn't say not anybody. Some people like to be victims, but most of us that grow out of it, we think of ourselves as survivors. And most of the people that stuff happened to, they made something out of themselves and they grew and they became better people for it. They didn't let people tear them down, and they passed on those stories and they thrived and they lived through it. And were they terrible? Yeah, we all have terrible things. But like Mr. Kapersky says, let's get back to the curriculum. He began to knead his fist against the opening of my vagina, inserting his fingers 3-4 at a time. Somehow I tore. I began to bleed there. It was wet now. It made him excited. He was intrigued.
Ms. Sweet, I'm sorry, I've stopped the clock, so you're not going to lose any time. Can you please identify the book and the author from which you were reading? Yes, because we're not going to allow people to read certain language unless it's a material that.
Okay, so this is from Lucky. That's available in 6 schools. One is lost, so somebody stole that. You know, so a kid is giving it to some other kid where nobody is signing a paper. And then also to say that child molestation comes from the home, but then you're going to say only 50 people signed that? How many parents are working multiple jobs with these rising rates to pay for everything that they can read all of that? He was intrigued as he worked his whole fist up my vagina and pumped it. I'm going to skip. No, I told you I've never done this before, bitch, he said. His penis still limped. He held it with 2 fingers and peed on me just a little bit, acrid wet on my nose and lips. The smell of him, the fruity, heady, nauseating smell flowed to my skin.
The next 2 speakers are Trinia.
And we're watching. No respect when you don't look at somebody and you look down at your phone.
Okay.
I want us to respect you.
Hi, members of the board, Superintendent Hendrick. My name is Carol Robinson. I'm here today on the day before teachers are to report back to work to implore the members of the school board and the superintendent to commit to protect their employees from the bullying and threats made by outside groups against them. It's disturbing enough that these groups are trying to take away from everyone, not just their kids, which they already have the right and ability to do, take away a list of books that they don't approve of or that they have labeled as pornography. These Females for Fascism don't stop there. Lies, slander, disinformation, and threats are common. Those of us who understand the history know what had to be done to stop fascism. We must never and will never allow it to happen again. Thank you so much.
Now, the next 2 speakers are Trinia Cox and Cynthia Lippart.
Good evening. I'm Trinia Cox, and I'm currently serving as chair of the District Monitoring Advisory Committee for Pinellas County Schools. And this is a judicial-created body that's responsible for the oversight of quality education for Black students. I'm also a member of COQUEBS, Concerned Organization for the Quality Education of Black Students, again, the plaintiff in the case for educational equity for Black students. And this is the battleground. I'm here today, this evening, because I was very much concerned about the recently released standards for the teaching of African American history. Institution of slavery, such a peculiar institution that benefited those who wanted the opportunity to be wealthy, and they were not provided the opportunity in Europe under feudalism, mercantilism, or the lack of religious freedom. So they come to America when land is free and labor is free and exploit African Americans for 400 plus years, raping daily, brutality, atrocities, and unpaid labor to this day. And so I found it very upsetting that it would be portrayed as something beneficial to African Americans. And that's why I am here. But I'm also here, since I've been here long enough, to thank you guys, thank the school board for reviewing, giving some thought to how this should happen, especially for a district that has devoted so much of its time and talents to educating Black students, that has a 10-year plan, the Bridge the Gap plan, to make sure the achievement gap is narrowed. And one of the 6 standards that they measure is advanced coursework, of which the teaching of African American history would fall in that category. So I find myself very much concerned about how it's portrayed, because there is research that speaks to knowledge of self and culture leads to greater academic achievement. So I want to thank you for having the bold leadership to say, let's revisit those standards, and let's take, thank you, Superintendent, the politics out of the classroom, and let's do what's best for children, all children. So I want to thank you for that kind of leadership and that kind of encouragement today. At the same time, you have other challenges, looking at double victimization under your zero tolerance policy. Give some thought to that. A master mental health plan, and we must look at trauma-informed care as one of those modalities to deal with that particular issue. We must do a better job at bullying, so that kids don't find themselves, once they finally retaliate, they find themselves in the criminal justice system or suspended. So these are all of the things that I want you to pay attention to, in addition to what you've heard here tonight, because that's important as well. So thank you for your leadership. We look forward to seeing you move forward, this revisiting the standards. The NACP, the COQUEBS, and all of the other community advocates will be here watching, monitoring, and supporting. Thank you for your
Good evening, board members and Supervisor Hendricks, Superintendent Hendricks. I'm Cynthia Lippert, St. Petersburg, Florida. Family members involved in many aspects of the school system. And some members of Pinellas area grassroots groups are attending tonight to express our support for the Pinellas County School Board to continue to enable and encourage our educators to instruct all our students with all the facts all the time. I personally respect School Board Member Caprice Edmonds for bringing her concerns up tonight about that. And some of our members are dismayed to witness the 2023 Florida legislative policies to defund our public schools, to bust teacher unions, and to restrict access to literature. We think this makes your job more challenging and our educators. Seeing our students as pawns to further political agendas is revolting to us. Attacks on and the intimidation of our educators hurts us personally. We won't just be dismayed. Rather, we will take action by mentoring students, sponsoring classrooms, and by circulating a recent Ray Tampa podcast of on our local, statewide, and national platforms. The YouTube video interview with a courageous 26-year Pinellas instructor of African American history provides valuable insight into the events, political agendas, tactics, curriculum, potential consequences, and involved individuals. Most importantly, the grassroots groups can amplify the recommendations to use in this ideological battle for the truth. We thank you for all the summer programs and for all your preparations for another school board or school year. Thank you.
The next two speakers are Ginger Bringle and Stacy Gayer.
Good evening, everyone. Ginger Bringle, Masters of Library Science. Today is August 1st. On this day, 13 years ago, my family lost 4 members in a horrific car crash caused by an underage impaired driver. The following week, one of our driver's ed instructors, Paul Hansen, convinced me to share this tragedy to save lives. Since then, I have worked closely with our driver's education instructors to educate our students on the dangers of driving impaired. This is why I was here to speak to you several years ago about the cuts to our driver's education program. Thankfully, last year, the district reinstated the program at several schools, and I am happy to report that this year, driver's education will now be offered at 13 high schools again. Thank you. You are saving lives. Statistically, this means that well over 10,000 teens will be properly trained to drive safely on our roadways this school year. Just this summer alone, 750 students received their licenses. Not only are they taught the dangers of impaired driving, but also distracted driving and aggressive driving. You are saving lives. Every trained driver we send out to the real world is a potential life saved. Through guest speakers, DUI reenactments, and the display of our family's crash car, our students gain a true understanding of the ripple effect that occurs when one makes the poor decision to drive impaired. You are saving lives. I thank you. Our family thanks you. DUI victims everywhere thank you. And we are over 10,000 a year again in this country, by the way. I am confident our community thanks you. In closing, I would like to honor our men by saying their names out loud. Roy McConnell and all 3 of his sons, Roy III, Nathan, and Kelly, 4 men gone forever. Please always drive sober. Thank you for saving lives, and thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Stacy Geyer, and I'm here to speak about the books. I do feel like it's a little bit of a mischaracterization to call it a book banning. We're talking about books that are accessible to children. These books are still in the public library. We're not trying to stop that. If students are so advanced that they need to read pornographic materials and their parents are okay with it, they can go get that at the library or buy the books on their own. I do not believe they should have access to that in the school districts. I would like to take my time to discuss the impacts of pornography on the brain, especially with children, and the fact that their brains are not fully developed. The younger a person is when they are exposed to porn, the more detrimental the following effects can have. This is even noted on the NIH website. So I will ask, I'm going to read off some of the effects, but I ask that school board that you would keep that in mind, superintendent, you as well, and those that are here that are opposed to looking at these books and not allowing them in the schools. The negative effects include increased risk of addiction to porn, which affects the same neurological areas of the brain as chemical addictions. Depression, decreased relationship quality, emotional avoidance, increased anxiety, impact of sexual preferences and expectations, decreased satisfaction with life overall. This is a sad outlook for our children, with access being so much easier than in past generations, thanks to the internet and social media. These behaviors also put our children at risk for exploitation, which sadly seems to occur more and more with frequency these days. So I ask that you will please consider removing these books. Let the parents decide what's right for their children. They should not be in the schools. We're talking about age-appropriate material here. So that's all I have today. Thank you.
The next two speakers are Nicole Steger and Victoria Dunn.
Good evening. I'm Nicole St. Ledger. It is very nice to see all of you again, and I really hope that you were able to find some time this summer to rest and re-energize before the new school year. Mom brag, for the first time in 21 years of being a mom, I have turned in all of my back-to-school forms over a week before school has started. Thank you. Part of it might be I'm down to 2 kids, but I really think the online forms that you guys have instituted have helped tremendously. I love how everything I put in last year was already there, automatically in, and the only thing I had to be focusing on was the opt-in, opt-out for the library material. Thank you for adding this as an easy way for parents to communicate with their teachers and schools about concerns that they might have about an individual book, or that they trust the choices the teachers and media specialists have made with the books included at their school. It is possible that some of the speakers tonight haven't gotten to their forms yet to opt out of the books that they are complaining about, or maybe these speakers don't have access to focus. So they had not realized before you spoke tonight, Mr. Hendricks, that all a parent needs to do to have their kid not access these books is fill out that form. There's a lot of talk tonight about pornography. While there are a few parents that actually want pornography in schools, like really not many of us do, the majority of parents trust our media specialists who are trained in ensuring the books in our schools have literary value as per the law. It is important that a parent who wants to exert their own parental rights for their own child will be able to do so. But the majority of parents in our community appreciate that those choices will not be impacting the whole community now. Which leads me to inquire on another thing. You talked tonight about PragerU supplemental materials, that it will not be used as curriculum. It's not curriculum, it is supplemental materials. Because it has been approved by the Board of Education, will teachers in Pinellas County still be able to use it in their classrooms? Is there going to be a way that you guys set up for parents to be able to opt out so teachers know that there are children that parents do not want these children to have access to PragerU information? Will you be able to clarify this before school starts in a little over a week, and hopefully provide an easy opt-out for us the way you have for the books. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Victoria Dunn. I'm a retired psychologist. I'm the only one in my family who didn't go to the Pinellas Schools, my husband and all my children. So I've been impressed for many years. I wanted to thank you for your support for students' mental health. I grew up in a family that was very abusive. Some of my experiences have almost been described by some of the reading tonight. And it was only because this public school system provided me with safe people I could talk to that I was able to get out of a really abhorrent situation. So I thank you on behalf of all the children in Pinellas Schools today for your support for mental health. It's critically important. Made a difference in my life, and I believe it's making a difference in their lives. So thank you.
The next two speakers are Catherine Valentine and Carrie Boucher.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Valentine, and my pronouns are she, her. This is my 18th year with the Pinellas County Schools as a school counselor. And I'm really nervous, but I'm here because that poem, First They Came for Me, keeps going through my head. First they came for the socialists, then they came for, we need to speak up. We need to be aware when we eliminate, deeply concerned about the new Black history curriculum and the limitations and elimination of certain books now in Florida. I don't know what I can do that will make a difference to stop the exclusionary things that are being put into place. It frightens me that some of our children will not feel safe in school, that all of our children will not learn the accurate history of our country, and that many of our children will not feel accepted or loved because of who they are. The elimination, banning of books is not about the protection of some children. It is about saying you are not welcome here to certain lifestyles and races. The children of Pinellas County School are counting on us to say no. No, we will not take away the books that make you feel you're not alone. No, we will not teach an inaccurate history that makes white people feel better about the wrongs that were done to Black people. No, we will not forbid the use of pronouns that make you comfortable or judge and forbid your gender or sexual preferences. I have worked as an elementary school counselor in Pinellas County School for 17 years, so I'm not just someone who thinks these things are important. I know they are. I retired a year ago, but I'm returning to work because I want to make a difference and be there for the children. Mental health is important, and children need to feel included for who they are. All races, all children. And we need to be the ones that make that happen. And you have the power to do that. And it's got to be done. We can't have children. You know the suicide rates, you know the statistics. They need to feel included and safe where they are. Thank you.
I'm here as a county resident to voice my concern about what is coming from the state as approved supplemental materials, specifically from PragerU, and also the standards on AP African American Studies that Mr. Hendrick and Ms. Edmonds spoke to. I was going to read the clarification on those standards here, but because they were already read, I won't repeat them, mainly because I'm aware that there's at least one child still left in the room, and I don't want to read I don't want to amplify that twisted framing, and I don't want to read what I think is inappropriate for children to hear. I'm an artist, and I work with children in sensitive life situations. My team helps them to express their whole selves, and we hold space for their truths. That's part of the healing. From a very young age, children have a deep and innate sense of fairness. I'm positive that everyone here has known from a young age what it feels like to be treated unfairly. Some may know what abuse or exploitation feels like. By high school, most students have a sense for what slavery is. If we teach them to see the silver lining in one of the most horrific crimes known to mankind, are we suggesting to them to see the silver lining in their own situations of injustice, abuse, and neglect? The harm and injury doesn't go away if we don't talk about it. In fact, the opposite is true. Feeling seen and heard, being able to speak your whole truth, is a catalyst for healing, and it's really difficult to heal alone. I'd like to add that I trust media specialists to understand what age appropriate means. Thank you.
The next two speakers are Pam M. and Elizabeth Weinstein.
You mean Macaloon, right? Pam M, or was that somebody else? Okay, I just want to be sure because he said M. Okay. My name is Pam Macaloon. I'm a proud mother of 3 and proud grandmother of 8. And 2 of our 8 grandchildren are currently students at University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill. They were able to get into the school without the benefit of reading pornographic literature. I'm here to also protest some of the books that have been found in the libraries in Pinellas County. And I'm going to quickly read an excerpt from a book that was found in 4 different high schools. Well, one was like Eastlake High, Gibbs High, Hollins, and then Northeast High. At Gibbs and Hollins, the books were lost, I guess. I don't know. But before I do read this, I want to share something with you. I had a literature teacher back when I was in high school that said that when literature declines, so goeth the nation. And I really think I'm beginning to see that now. I don't like to be pessimistic. I think there's room for improvement. I think we can do better. But I want to quickly read this. And again, a disclaimer, people under the age of 18, children, should not be in the room. It says, Carl got my titty in his mouth.
Excuse me, Ms. Macalon.
Yes.
I'll stop the
A
clock.
push by Sapphire. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
I was just about to correct myself. Carl got my titty in his mouth. Nothing wrong with it. It's natural. But I think that's the day it started. I don't never remember noting before that he's sucking my titty. I have to fast forward. This is just too disturbing. My eyes closed. I know he getting hard. I can see without my eyes. I love him so much. So he on me. Then he reached over to Precious. Precious is the baby. Start with his finger between her legs. I say, Carl, what you doing? He says, shut your big ass up. Takes up her Pampers, and then you can imagine what happens after that. I cannot read any more of it. It is just too disturbing. Why this is considered to be appropriate literature is beyond my level of understanding. I don't understand it. And as for book banning, we're looking at that which is age appropriate. Adults wear adult clothes, children wear children's clothes. I remember Nancy Zambito, back when our 3 children went through the Pinellas County Schools, she had to approve literature, books before it could be introduced into the curriculum, or even go into the library. Now, maybe things have changed. Perhaps I'm from the dark ages, but I don't think so. When I think about our country, I think about September 17th, 1787, which is when our Constitution was finally signed after 4 months of laborious work. Dr. Benjamin Franklin afterwards walked out of Liberty Hall, and he was approached by, believe it or not, they had media people back then. They were shutting them out of the room. And so one person, Mrs. Russell, walked up to him and said, well, Dr. Franklin, do we have a republic? And he said, yes, madam, we do, if you can keep it. So how do we keep it? Well, there are 2 basic tenets.
Hello,
My name is Elizabeth Weinstein, and I am a parent of a gender non-conforming minority child, an honors student that is part of the rigorous, internationally recognized IB program. And I'm here to advocate for their protection, and that to ensure the preservation of African American studies and the rights of LGBTQ students in our schools. While other parents may choose to reduce the future success of their children by restricting their access to a robust education that prepares them for a competitive career environment, the state of Florida's recent enactment of bigoted policies has threatened the inclusive learning environment that we all strive to create. Now, based on the comments from some of the previous speakers, some are absolutely obsessed with gay sex and the genitalia of strangers, particularly those who don't even have children in this school district or children, period. They forget that the majority of students have access to unfettered internet on their phones, including the burner phones that they hide from their parents. Moms for Liberty is a recognized hate group, and their cohort is so obsessed with the content that the majority of students won't actually access. And if they do, hopefully they have the kind of relationship that we have with our children where we can discuss difficult subjects and experiences that happen all too often in real life. I implore you not to bow to the bigoted rhetoric of people, many of whom we've seen here, because we don't co-parent with hate groups. African American Studies is not just a subject in our curriculum. It represents a rich tapestry of our history, culture, and resilience. This new standard assumes that white children should identify with the slaveholders, not the abolitionists, by ensuring that reality and uncomfortable facts are taught. We empower students to understand the diverse contributions of African Americans throughout history and the ongoing fight against systematic injustices. Let us stand united in protecting this vital aspect of education. And more importantly, we must be steadfast in safeguarding the rights of LGBTQ+ students. Every child deserves a safe and nurturing environment, free from discrimination and prejudice. And as a community, we have a duty to create an atmosphere that fosters acceptance, understanding, and respect for all identities. Embracing LGBTQ inclusive policies will strengthen our commitment to equality and foster a sense of belonging for all students, especially those who don't have a supported home, placing them at higher risk of suicide. So as we face these challenges, let's remember our responsibilities and work to ensure that all of our children are on a level playing field and that we don't co-parent with bigots. Thank you.
The next two speakers are Amber Simmons and Tracy McConnell.
I'm not Amber Simmons, by the way. Okay. My name is Tracy McConnell, and I am a third grade teacher and a parent of two high schoolers. One is in 12th grade this year, and the other is going into 10th grade. I want to apologize first off and tell you that I didn't get the memo that I was supposed to bring some book to read to y'all today. But in all honesty, I want to just tell you thank you for putting that opt-in and opt-out form for parents to be able to fill out whenever your kids go to school. I love that because I don't want to opt out for my children. I want to opt them in because I trust the teachers and the library and media specialists to do what they have been trained to do to teach my children. The other thing that I want to tell you is this is my 19th year coming into the classroom, and last year was the best year I felt at Pinellas County Schools for me personally. I say that because never before have I felt like there was such a huge open door policy where I could come and speak to the board about concerns, and I felt like y'all really listened to me. When I talked to you about my concerns about curriculum, Dan Evans came to me, we talked, and then I got an email from Holly Slaughter. She came out to my school, and we sat, and I got to talk about my concerns for third grade curriculum. When I talked to you guys about how concerned I was for testing for students, and that I felt that my students were being over-tested and that I needed more time to teach, especially with the math, with benchmark assessments being right around the same time as FAST testing. Like, why are we testing for benchmarks whenever we already have FAST? It didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. And at the end of the year, when we were struggling to get all of the testing in, then all of a sudden I found out that one of those benchmark assessments became optional. I really love that I can come to y'all and voice my concerns. I feel like if teachers feel valued by their administrators and by the school board, then they are going to do more for students. We're in this to work together because we all want what is best for students. So I just wanted to take a moment and just really thank you for that and tell you that I'm really looking forward to another great year. And the other thing that I wanted to just kind of put out there is for you to continue to watch the testing. And then also, next year, whenever people sign up for district-wide training, it would really be helpful for teachers if you did not put out the district-wide teaching calendar before we come back to school. When that came out at 6 a.m., a friend emailed me. I got on there at 10 a.m. Classes were already filling. They were filled. Some of the ones that I wanted to. So as being a 19-year educator, if I hadn't got on there that morning at 10 a.m., I could have very well been in iStation for novice, right? I don't need that. I want something that's gonna help me be the best educator for my students. And the way for me to get that is to make it so that it's fair for everybody and we're notified at the same time. And it's not like, surprise, hurry up, get on there, you need to get signed in. But anyway, so thank you for listening, and I'm
Amber Simmons. The next two speakers are Ramsey Aziz and Dr. Rick Davis.
All right. Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Ramsey Aziz. My pronouns are he, him, his. I want to start off by welcoming everyone back to the start of a new school year. I hope your summers have been relaxing and enjoyable. I'm here today to state clearly the importance of maintaining the psychology and history courses. Our state government has been actively making choices with regards to education, which undermine the expertise and professionalism of the educators in the classroom. At my school, I teach AP Psychology as well as AP European History. And during the month of June, I was genuinely concerned that I would be returning to school unable to teach my two favorite courses due to the choices made far above me. Pinellas County needs to be the shining beacon in Florida, promoting student academic pursuits in the social sciences and histories. There is still a great deal of concern amongst educators who teach these courses that if we follow the AP curriculum for these courses, that we will be punished due to quote unquote controversial materials or controversial content in these courses. I want to give my students the best possible education I can, to succeed and receive college credits, and maybe even inspire some to pursue psychology, philosophy, and history in their later academic careers. But the state government's decisions are detrimental to this goal, as they are making these courses seem more controversial than they actually are. I want to know that Pinellas County Schools supports and believes in its history and psychology teachers and their expertise and capabilities. So please continue to support student pursuits in these subjects. If students were to become disenfranchised, to lose their capacity to take these courses, their education would be incomplete, and they would not be prepared for their later academic pursuits. The real quote-unquote indoctrination takes place when students are forced to take inferior courses using materials from organizations such as PragerU with individuals in the classroom who are not professionals in their fields. To end, I want to thank Superintendent Hendrick, Board Members Long, and Board Member Edmond for your comments regarding teachers and students being in the political sphere. the state policies being in place and regarding the African American history standards. I also want to give a special thank you to Board Member Edmond for communicating with the board your intentions to draft a letter to the state regarding the African American history standards. I hope all members of the school board will sign the letter. Thank you for your time. I concede the rest of it.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Hendrick, Mr. Herbeck, Counselor, my name is Rick Davis. I am the president of the Concerned Organization for Quality Education of Black Students. We have had a relationship that goes all the way back to the 90s. But I'm here today to express our concern for the recent benchmark clarification on how Black history should be taught in our schools. It's a disturbing attempt to distort history. Any suggestion that slaves, quote, slaves developed skills which could be applied for their benefit is so outrageous on its face that it's somewhat undeserving of serious dialogue. Equally disturbing, under the guise of clarification of the infamous Stop Woke Act, which was signed into law last year, is the suggestion that, quote, acts of violence perpetrated against and by African Americans, unquote, when teaching about the growth and destruction of Black communities during Reconstruction, such as the 1920 Ocoee, Florida massacre, in which dozens of African Americans were killed when exercising their right to vote. I recognize that this is not a debate about whether we should teach Black history or not. We've been teaching Black history for quite some time. But it's concerning at this point to really have a dialogue about how Black history should be taught. So I'm here to encourage this board to resist such clarifications in Pinellas County Schools. Thank you.
The last two speakers tonight are Anna Margiata and Eric Picard.
Okay, hi, I am Dr. Anna Margiata. I use they, them pronouns. I'm a product of our school system. I graduated from Palm Harbor University High School IB. I got my master's at I got my bachelor's at USF and my master's and PhD and whatever. I had other stuff to talk about, but I'm just gonna start off by saying the reason I am here tonight was to beg for money, right? It'd be really nice to work and live in the same place. But all this other stuff going on, I feel like I need to talk about it. Over and over tonight, I was watching people read these descriptions of graphic sexual assault while people in the crowd were taking close-up videos of all of your faces, moving through to get a collection of y'all's reactions to this reading of sexual assault. And to me, just from my vantage point, it seems kind of to me, it feels disrespectful that maybe for some of you, your coworkers are helping these people make it look like you're not empathetic for these victims of sexual assault. If you know what I'm saying, they're reading these descriptions of graphic sexual assault, and I see some certain members up here, Stephanie Meyer, having these over-exaggerated, clownish, sad reactions so that these people could take her video and then pan over to you, and to make it seem like you're unempathetic to this, that you are somehow a bad guy here or something like that. And I watched it over and over and over again. And I think it's really interesting because they do understand context and what it means to remove things from context. They are reading these just segments of a book, and then they're taking these little pictures of you. That's it. Yeah, so they understand what they're doing. They understand context. They understand that these books in the classroom when we have teachers teaching them to students, the teachers give the students these contexts. They have the rest of the book, right? And they are choosing to remove all that context. They're choosing to make these videos that make it look like you guys don't care about victims. It's like really disgusting to watch. Besides that, I guess like today's my last day of summer break and I'm here and like I'm scared to go back to work because like I am a trans person who uses they, them pronouns, and I can't say that in my classroom, but my cis coworkers can introduce themselves with their pronouns, and that's like a pretty, to me, clear-cut example of like gender-based discrimination that like I have to deal with in this upcoming year. And the people who like really hate me for this are the people who crowd here and like read these things. So like I waited to give you the slip to come up here and talk because like I'm afraid of those people and I know that they're gonna leave after they're done talking because it's what they do. They don't actually care about any of this. They're just like distracting. Yeah, that's it, thanks.
Hi, my name is Erica Picard. I am a product of the Pinellas County School System. I live in Palm Harbor. I went to Palm Harbor Elementary, Middle, High. I now just went back to work after having 3 beautiful children. They are almost 8, 5 and a half, and 1. And, you know, just being in the realm of life where your babies are your babies and you want to take care of them, right? And so after COVID, and we have gotten to see, like, we've been more apart as a parent in our schools. And I think I am a very good example of what a mama is looking for in schools for their kids, because we've got lots of options. I can take them to the charter school. I can take them to the private school. I choose not to because I want to make sure our tax dollars are working for us, right? So my background is I have a master's in school counseling. I go Bulls. My undergrad is in elementary ed, so I have a very diverse background. My passion is this mental health crisis that our country is in, okay? I think we can all agree on it because coming back to the school system, they made me go through this mental health crisis training. And I did this in the spring, and I sat with teachers, counselors, night forums, lunch ladies, everyone. Everyone was mandated to take this class, this training, to figure out, okay, if a kid has a problem, if a teacher has a problem, okay, how do we deal with that? On the board for resources, though, I was very sad to see school counselors, social worker, which we only have like 1 or a half of 1 in each school, and I'm at the high school level, just so you know, and school psychologists. Other than that, they were all outside resources, okay? So we're boots on the ground. We got our teachers, they bring it to us, they're great, I love that. The students want to see me. I still do testing. 5 years later, I'm coming back in the system, I'm still doing testing, okay? And so I just feel like maybe you don't know that American School Counselors Association, our numbers are supposed to be 1 to 250. 100 of me to 250 kids times whatever they have as a parent, right? So maybe 1 parent, maybe 4 parents, I don't know. But in our schools, it's 1 to 450. 1 to 450. That's almost double the parents. Because I'm at the parents need me, right? So I'm just asking that you guys reconsider our ratio because I'm at 618 at Palm Harbor.
Madam Chair, there are no more speakers.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming. Have a wonderful evening.
Hold on, you can't go. I need a couple of signatures.